What's up, everybody, and welcome on back to Roll4It. It is week number 17 of our D&D campaign. Hasn't time just flown? I feel like it was just yesterday when you guys were on the boat, and like we were starting out, and we were also new and fresh-faced. I think Shen had shaved, which is why I brought up fresh-faced. And so everybody was all excited about a new thing on the channel. And here we are 17 weeks later, still playing D&D. But welcome on back, everybody. It's really a pleasure to have you here. We start out with Dax in a little bit of a predicament today. We still have Daleric filling in and being our guest, and he will be here for quite a while longer, in fact, as Avik deals with some real-life stuff. And so welcome, Daleric. Glad you can make it this week as well.
Awesome. Let's not forget the beard in the room.
That's true. We also have a beard in the room right now. Bentham's beard. So it's a pretty magnanimous beard. It's a beard that I'd be proud of if it was. I would have shaved it a little differently. I like beards to be kind of boxy a little bit, whereas that one's a little bit pointy. That's just me personally when it comes to beard smithing, but you know.
Yeah, but you don't know dwarf
I got
culture.
this one specifically because it looked like what the Mormon art did.
Well, Splat, if you want, I can go out and buy like a brand new trimmer, and you can come over and you can work on my beard if you'd like. Like you can totally sculpt it for me.
Did you just ask me to shave you?
Yeah, I certainly did, yes.
Shave me like one of your French dwarves.
Good Lord. Where do we even go from here?
Down, Splat, down. You know
Where
us.
do we even go from here?
Oh my god.
We're like 3 seconds in, and I've already been asked to shave another man. And to be honest, I've never gotten the offer before, so part of me is just sort of curious, and it's like, well, I mean, when the offer comes up, somebody drops $1 million, somebody drops $1, you know, whatever.
Wait, you've never been asked before? Okay.
You've never
No, I've never been asked
experimented with
before.
your shaving preferences?
Oh, good Lord. We do, before we get started here, we got to do our Patreon spiel. It's the thing that we always do. And that's because we found that if you just put it in a description somewhere, people are like, I never knew about that. I want to support you guys. And so now we talk about it. EE, you want to tell them about the Patreon?
Sure, so we have a Patreon. If you want to be able to support the show, make the show actually continue to happen, be able to, you know, push forwards, get more stuff, do better things, like cosplay, for instance, was one of the goals. Then you can go support us over on Patreon. It's the reason we're still able to do this, and the reason we're able to do, like, the 2 shows we have, so forth and so on. We have, like, loads of, like, bonus stuff at different tiers. There's, like, a Discord that you can have access to where people chat, and we tell people about how terrible we are at GMing because we never planned for any of this to happen, but it worked out okay in the end. There's also stuff like access to character sheets, access to, what's the other tier? After shows, after show VODs. Yeah, after show VODs. They're amazing. Loads of fun stuff like that. Alternatively, if you want to support us, you can support us by subscribing, like Hollywood Hines just did down there. Thank you very much. On Twitch, you can do that. Or you can tip one off if you prefer to do like a one-off tip. There is a tip link somewhere. And of course, then there are Twitch bits if you want to Twitch bit. Twitch bits, tips, and subscriptions like Blargian. Thank you very much, Blargian. Snaggle Beast. That is the best last name ever. All go into the little cup down there and do interesting things and explode. So, and the Palsy. It's that time of the show.
It's actually, you know what it is? It's the first stream that we've had after the middle of the month when it kicks everybody off of Amazon Prime. And so it's probably just a bunch of resubs. Like, I've noticed since they did the Amazon Prime thing, my subs drop by like 100 every month. And then the next stream afterwards, they jump right back up to where they were. And I just have a stream where everybody like reloads their Amazon Prime back on. It's because they haven't done like an auto-subscribe thing yet. Eventually they'll get it worked out.
I'm not sure they want to.
Yeah, I was going to say, I honestly don't think that they will. I think that they will not do that. Huh.
Why do you think they will not do that? I'm curious.
Well, I think
because
part of
this way they don't have to pay out as much money. If they had it auto-subscribe, then that money would be going out guaranteed every month from Amazon to your pocket. They'd rather have it just end if people forget about it.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, so yeah, and if people forget about it, because I think it's also supposed to be for one of those, like, hey, if you like supporting this person, but maybe you're just not a fan of it anymore and you want to jump over and support something else instead without having to you know, put the little extra out there. I think it's supposed to be designed for, like, for the user, like, hey, this is for you as a user, but please go ahead and keep resubscribing. It's awesome, and the support's always appreciated, so... But yeah, I honestly, I don't think that they'll do it, because that would be one of the easiest things for them to have added in forever ago. Like day one. Yeah.
So is that
curious.
Is that going to be the right way around, EE? The text?
Yeah, it's the right way around now. It's not for you, but
Fantastic.
Skype flips it for you, but not for me, because that makes sense.
I have my stuff in Logitech. I'm not mirrored right now, but in Skype it mirrors me for some reason. So I have to mirror it in my Logitech settings so that it mirrors, then mirrors back. Otherwise, it's just like, what is going on, right?
Skype blocks me from mirroring in Logitech.
I just look beautiful out of the way, so I'm good to go.
Yep, straight out of the gate. Dale Rick's already got it rocking. So yeah, we'll bring back with the group for people that weren't here last week. Essentially what had transpired is they had gotten back to Woodley 2 sessions ago. They had found out that there had been some kind of coup. There had been some kind of power shift, basically, that seems to have been done on behalf of Redfern and his men. And now Redfern's been running all kinds of, the party has had tons of conflicting information about him as a character. We've had messengers relaying things that don't necessarily agree with what they've been told. Basically, it seems like there's some kind of game being run in the background at the moment, and they were trying to sort that out. But it had found out that all of their major allies in Woodley had either been hanged, executed, or imprisoned. And so they had gone to the prison, and they'd wanted to see if they could get Lieutenant Adborough out of prison. And we come back to it with Dax actually underneath a hay pile hiding, and a guard coming back inside to investigate. They had sent an illusion off to the side of the building, and the guard, after checking and seeing what the breaking noise was, decided maybe I'll just do a walkthrough of the prisoners real fast, because something weird's going on. And so that's where we resume. Dax, you are down huddled underneath, and the guard walks in. There is a lantern on the wall along the side of him right there. And as he walks into the room and moves in between the cells, there are several jibes and insults exchanged in between him and some of the prisoners. One of the prisoners sort of pretends like he's going to lunge for him from the side of the cage. He doesn't flinch. Strangely enough, he doesn't flinch. And as he turns to the left-hand side of the building and looks, he sees that the window is open. That's odd. Which of you lot opened the window? Nobody says anything. A silence kind of hangs in the room.
Oh, damn.
He walks over and closes the window, which is just, it's like a wooden frame. It barely has glass in it, essentially. Like, this thing is not built for great insulation. He closes that off, and turning back to the rest of the room, what fall now is any one of you will take you to the gallows right now. And with that, he walks back over, and as he comes back around the corner towards the door, he stops for a second and stares at the hay pile in the corner that they've been using to kind of put a little, it's basically for fluids. That's what it comes down to, is you got a bunch of people shitting and pissing in cages right now. Every now and again, they sweep it out and just throw down new hay. He looks over there, and then he walks outside. And the door closed.
Oh, God.
It was hard, man. In the pre-show, I rolled that right there to see if he saw you or not. And it was so hard to give the impression that I hadn't rolled it yet the entire pre-show.
I
was like, yeah, he might get you. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus. I was so worried. Like, do you have, like, open close or what's it, mage hand or prestidigitation or something? Oh, God. Oh, God.
How do you want to proceed, Dax? As far as I know, Adavi, are you still outside the window?
I'm outside and I'm being sneaky.
Okay. And I remember you had a pretty decent stealth roll, but he rolled so poorly on his perception check that I really, really doubt he saw you. He rolled super poorly. Turns out regular town guards do not have a lot of wisdom. They tend to sit at the 10 to 11 region. And so it's just like, well, it is what it is. You're outside the window right now. You see a hand come out over your head and close the window. And from there, you hear the front door reopen and then close again. And you can hear mumbling out in front of the building. It sounds like both the guards are back at their post. You'll want to take care to be as quiet as possible, but you have not been discovered so far. Dax, what do you want to do?
So am I, like, in the main corridor bit?
So it'd be like this. Let me see what page you're on, and I'll draw it out with a couple of little boxes here. You guys are on the main page right here. I'll take a box, and I will show you kind of what the room looks like so that you get a rough idea for it. So, in a nutshell, it's just a room, like so.
Okay.
There's a main thoroughfare down the center. You would be, let me change the color real fast. You would be right here under the hay pile. Sorry, let me move that real fast. If it'll let me. I don't know if it will.
But I'm in the main thoroughfare.
You're right there. And then the entrance to the room. So along the sides of you are cages on both sides. And then that would be the walkway to the front door right there.
Okay.
So basically it's an upside down T-junction, and you're on the left wing of it.
Do they have any keys in here?
You can do an investigation check if you like.
And where is the window that he went through?
It's on the opposite side at the end of the hallway, and so the window would be right here with you sitting by it.
That would be
okay. So Dax is really far away. Gotcha.
He's not super far away. I give him like 20, 25 feet. Like you could get there in a turn. So with an investigation roll of 11, you start looking around and just scanning through things. One of the guys in the cage goes, "He's out here. Guys outside have him."
Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
I hurry over to the window and kind of just moving the shutter ajar slightly. Davy,
What?
I've got a cunning plan.
Does it involve waiting for our friends?
Yes.
Okay.
The bell and the 2 guards outside.
Yeah.
Dungeon Master, the bell is right next to the 2 people outside, right, isn't it?
Yes, there's a bell next to them by the door.
I think I can deal with the issue with the noise, but we'll need people to take them down.
People as in me?
Yes, and Grey and Mormon.
Oh, okay. So what's the plan?
Well, ideally, I could, get a key and unlock all of these cells, but I don't have a key. Have you got, like, some bent wire or something? Or...
I should have to check that. Hold on. Because I would know right away.
You have bent wire in your component pouch. I think there's a copper wire is required for some of the first level spells that a component couch or that a component pouch would cover.
You are right. Yeah.
I maybe could try unlocking some of these cells.
With a piece of wire.
Maybe.
All right. I'll hand some through the window.
I've seen that, like, monk do it enough with you, so maybe I've learned a thing or two.
He says pleadingly to the DM.
If you're going to use an improvised implement, you have no... Is it lockpicking in this? Is that what it counts as?
It's lockpicking tool, yeah.
I always get it mixed up with 3.5. I'm like, they have like use device and all that in 3.5, and because I played so much 3.5 that I always get it mixed up with 5.
I assume it would be a non-proficiency dexterity at disadvantage.
Yeah, you would roll at disadvantage basically because you're using an improvised implement and you have no skill for it, and you're just kind of being like, cool. I hope this works.
Yeah, that'll work. I think maybe.
Oh, just try not to make too much noise.
Gotcha. Right, let me know when the allies get here, and then I'll start unlocking the things when we're in position, and then when we're ready to go, I'll make everything, like, not noisy, and then we can take them out, but we've got to stop them before they run away and raise the alarm.
Okay. I'll let you know when they get here.
I proceed to just close the window, go over to the hay, and I would like to, get some of the mud and stuff off the ground and the hay and, basically make, a ghillie suit out of the hay pile.
Okay, make me a disguise check, please.
You just need a cardboard box.
Unless the thing cardboard hasn't been invented yet.
Okay, you cover yourself and you're like, yeah, I did a pretty good job with this ghillie suit. Your character is confident in its abilities. You are now caked with mud that's holding little twigs of hay and shit that are sticking out.
Excellent. That works so well.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm super stealthy. With that, I start going over to, is any of the cells, empty right now?
No, they are actually at full capacity at the moment.
In which case, I'm going to hunker up next to the door then and take position and wait until Adavi gives me the word, because Adavi can, be the relay here, I assume.
You talking about the front door at the top of the T?
Well, yeah, we're expecting the hay bale to be. I don't want to come back in and be like, wait, that hay bale moved. Stab.
Okay.
I know you could, tap on the shutter or something. There's so many ways it would be fine. I can hear you. 20 feet away, right?
Yeah, 20 feet.
Okay.
Shouldn't be a problem.
All right, so how do you want to proceed with the lock-picking aspect of this? Like, what do you want to do?
I want to wait just in case the prisoners get antsy and aren't okay to wait. So I'm going to wait until I get word from Shen, and then Adavi. And once I get word from Adavi, then I'm going to start picking the locks.
Okay, and so Mormon, as you're heading back across town to go get Gray, you find that as you're moving across, it seems like the crowd is beginning to disperse from the meeting that was happening before. That meeting was one of the only reasons you didn't get caught when you were over at the inn doing your little burglary thing that you were doing. It's just everybody's gathered to hear what Redfern has to say. And so as you head across town, a guard sees you for just a moment. Hey, dwarf, where are you from? Are you new here?
I came in on a ship a while back. A couple of weeks.
Which ship? We haven't had any ships in like a week and a half.
Yeah, it was the one that came in with the, what are they called, the Hellenians. The one that came in with the Hellenian ship.
Oh yeah, I don't like those Hellenian types. We ran them off from the outside of the city a little bit ago. You wouldn't happen to know Osgard, would you?
I don't think so.
Make me a deception check, please.
Deception. 18.
Wow. Dude.
I'll take that.
Yes! Bring it in.
I've got the feeling you dwarves all knew each other. Listen,
Oh.
Excuse me?
Wow.
you might want to make yourself scarce around here. I don't quite agree with what's going on.
Kind around here.
But they already ran out. Holsgar was another dwarf that was around here. They already ran him out of town. He said he was going to head back up to the north, I think, when he was at the tavern. But I'll put it like this. You stay here for too much longer, it probably won't go well for you or anybody that ain't, well, like me.
Check your privilege, town guard.
All right.
I know.
Noted. Thanks for the warning.
Well, I'll be on your way. And with that, he turns and kind of goes back to his post.
I hurry off.
Okay. After a few moments, I'm going to need a stealth check from Adavi, please. Because you haven't stealth.
We can fail this time. It's all good. Come on, stealth.
Would I know that
It's
Davi's
never
making
good
another
to fail
stealth check?
stealth.
19.
So with the 19, you hear one of the guards out front. He begins sneezing, actually. Shit on me. I don't know what I caught from those prisoners, but I think I need to go have a lie down. The other guard comes back. Hey, mate. Redfern will have you killed if you leave. I can't... He saw I was sleeping just a minute ago, right? I can't keep this going. I feel like shit. All right, then. Pack off. I'll make an excuse for you. And you hear one of the guards sniffling, sneezing, and coughing just head off into the distance. It appears as there's only one guard out front at the moment.
He's not coming my way, though?
No, he went the other way, towards the street. He's walking home.
All right, then I'm going to use a message to Dax to try to use as little noise as possible. I'm going to... Dax.
God? Lady? Lady Gray?
Dax, that's a Davi.
Oh, hi, Davi.
Oh, if it's that easy to influence you, I don't know how you've managed to stick with one god this entire time. Dax, one of the guards just left. He's feeling sick, sleepy. He went off to the west. So you should be seeing, well, you can't see him through your wall, but he passed your way, not my way. There's only one guard out front right now. So we have a good opportunity if you want to preempt this.
What's the chance that they'll have, like, reinforcements or something show up? Like, if we wait, is there a downside?
I don't see an upside to waiting other than just we'll have more backup of our own. But the downside of waiting is that guy could come back.
Did he seem like he's gonna come back?
He was sniffling, sneezing a little, says he caught something from the prisoners. You might want to check yourself after you get out of there.
Wait, he went off work because he's got a cold? Wait, you're allowed to do that?
Dax, Constitution save.
Oh no, you
God
are
damn
going to
it.
get sick.
Con save. There we go.
You shouldn't have smeared poop all over
4.
yourself.
That was disgusting.
Come to think of it, your throat does feel kind of itchy. Maybe it's the hay, or maybe it's I don't know, but you're not sure if you're all right now.
Well, I've got allergies, so.
Look, I don't care if you're sick. You can't take a nap now, okay? We need you awake and helpful.
This hair's so soft.
Do I need to start playing? Do I need to start playing some music that you hate?
Okay. Yeah, don't play any jazz. Ugh.
Right.
Do we take the guard then? Or do we wait for... Mormons are grey.
I think we need to go. I haven't heard back from Mormon.
Alright.
You think you're ready with your lock picking?
I gotta go.
How many doors
damn
are
it.
there?
There are 5 to a side right now. Some of them have 1 or 2. Some of them have 2 to 3 prisoners inside of them. So you can start with Adborough, since that makes it the simplest, and that's who you came to extract in the first place.
Yeah.
You get the feeling the other prisoners would be fine with that, since they all served underneath him. Squad loyalty and all that.
I will guidance this one then. That would be a 12.
Okay. Just enough. This is a hastily built jail. This is not a place that was built by like skilled craftsmen's hands. Like they put this together makeshift as rapidly as possible. And in fact, as you begin to just fiddle around with the piece of wire inside the lock, you don't know how it happened, but it goes snicked and it pops open. Whew. It's hard for you to keep the look of surprise from crossing your face.
Like,
Is it like a wooden chair or something, or are the beds wood?
No. There's not a whole lot in there.
Okay. Outside in the corridor, there's nothing as well.
Yeah, it
Are
doesn't
there
look
some
like
like
they
brands in like holders?
It's a pretty sparse room. Like there's not a whole. It's basically they put it together specifically just to hold them until they figured out they could get them either hanged or executed. You think? Like it's not meant to be a long-term lodging.
Okay.
So, as he's doing this, I'd like to sneak around to the front, the edge of the building here. Let me ping it for you.
I'll just roll the others real quick while you do that then.
You see that?
13.
Yes.
All right, so I want to head there, and I want to see if I can get an angle on the guy staying at the door.
Okay. As you creep around, you see one of the guards standing there somewhat nervously. It looks like he's at war with himself. If you wanted to give me an insight check, please.
Sure.
13, 7, 22, and...
Insight 4.
You can't really tell. He just looks nervous at the moment. He looks like he can't make a decision, but you can't really extrapolate what it is. Dax, with those scores, I'm going to let you stop rolling. You managed to get about half the cages open, but the other ones are all sort of eluding you. The problem is, now you've got a whole bunch of people moving around. You've probably got a good 8 to 9 guys coming out of the cells at this point.
Right. Follow me. Really
All
quiet.
right, I want to cast Hold Person on the guard outside.
Okay. Go ahead. You have surprise right now because he doesn't know you're there, so if that's what you want to do, he's got to make a wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
He's not moving much to begin with, and all of a sudden you see him lock in place.
Is he facing
is
away
held.
from me at all?
What's that?
Is he facing towards me or away from me?
He's facing forward, and you're off to his right, kind of behind him at a corner.
All right, then I'm going to sneak along the side of the building and try to stay out of his vision and as I head towards the door.
Okay, so what you need to know is that with that right there, every 6 seconds he's going to be testing to get out of that. You guys are on a very limited time frame now, and so we're going to take that into account as you move forward.
Okay. Right, everyone...
I don't know this happens, Sam.
Everyone really quiet, okay? I'm gonna pick the lock to the front door, and then everyone mob the guard, okay? You cool? You cool? You cool?
And-
You gotta stop running away.
Dax, you hear in your
One of the
brain.
guys cracks his knuckles, a huge fat man, probably the size of the tavern keeper, and he
Ooh.
looks like he's ready to bust some heads.
Is
Dax,
Adborough like... Yeah?
you hear in your brain from Adavi, I've got the guard held. I'm going to grab the keys and open the front door. How you doing on the locks in there?
How long does that last?
Only a few seconds. Better hurry. And
I go and start lockpicking the door furiously.
Okay. You've got all the ones open that you're going to get open right now.
The front door.
So you got
I haven't looked at the front door.
Oh, the front door. You can go ahead and test it. It's not locked.
Oh. I jump out the front door and I yell at everyone. Take him down! Take him alive! Quick! Shush! Quiet!
Okay.
Hit him! Hit him!
And when that comes out, 4 to 5 men just rush outwards and start slamming fists into him. It looks like the rowdiest tavern brawl you've ever seen, where it's just this dude getting dogpiled on by people rushing through a door. Another one of the men grabs a knife from the guy's boot as he goes down, grunting. He doesn't struggle.
As it happens, I would like to hit that guy.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I will punch him. It won't do any damage.
Give me an insight check. Give me an insight check.
Oh, is he actually picking the knife to stab the guy? Or is he just taking it off him?
So far, you just saw him reach down in the guy's boot and drag it out.
That's fine then. If it looks like he's readying it to attack, then I would intervene.
Okay, so he moves across and he actually cuts the clapper out of the bell, and it falls to the ground with a thud.
I'm gonna call you Jake. Good job, Jake.
All right.
And I'm waving
What
from
now?
the corner of the building. Dax, get over here.
We need to take this guy down. We can probe him for information.
Put him in the cell and just leave him there. Let's go.
Okay,
I take the keys off his belt. If they're still there, did you get them, Adavi?
I never went over there. You opened the door
okay.
before I could.
I take the keys. I rush back inside. I unlock the rest of the cells.
Quick, grab the wounded. Quick.
Okay, so all the cells are opened up, and there are a few people who are pretty badly hurt here. They've been beat on, or they've been otherwise questioned aggressively. And as you start to get them up, some men grab them by the hands and the shoulders and the feet and start pulling them out, kind of like they're on a cot almost, just holding them by both ends. One man cries out in pain as it happens. It seems as though maybe his leg is broken along the way. You all look about desperately. They all hear it, and the guys out front start looking around.
I take the scabbard for the knife in the boot, and I put that in the guy's mouth.
Okay. He clamps down on it, and he's going to make a constitution check real fast to see if he's able to hold it in. He's not. Even around the sides of the leather you've put in his mouth now, you get the feeling it really, really hurt. And as you bring him out the front door, Adbro looks at you and goes, "We need to get out of town." Or, I forgot his accent. "Need to get out of town. Like now. We can't stay here."
Yes. Adavi, how long a range does your sending have?
120 feet.
That's not gonna do it. Either we've got to leave town with them, or we stay here, we tell them to go to the druids.
It's also a possibility we might be able to go to Ibn Tarab's place. I know where it's at. He's got a pretty good estate out there.
Well, it's on the way to the druids anyway.
With that, two of the men start dragging the unconscious guard back inside the jail and throwing him into one of the cells.
Yeah, bind him up good. Make sure he doesn't move.
You still have your ghillie suit on?
Yes.
One of the men takes the clapper off the ground too and throws it inside so that nobody will notice that the bell's been neutered. It's at this point you arrive at the temple. We're going to swap over to Mormon. You arrive at the temple, Mormon.
I get to the temple. I make my way up to the door. Is there anyone around at the moment in particular?
No, but there is a lock on the door as of right now. It looks as though it's been resealed.
What time is it at the moment?
It's definitely nighttime, like probably 10 or 10:30 at night.
Okay, so it'd be shut by now. Crap. So yeah, I go and see the lock and I'm like, oh crap. I guess is it a pretty good lock?
It's a fancy lock. It's a lock that definitely appears to have been made with some care. If you give me a perception check, please.
Perception. 11.
With an 11 perception, you do note that there are windows lining the sides of the temple, though.
I run to the nearest window and look in.
Okay. This window is off to the right-hand side of the door, and looking in, you can see the various pews. You can see the altar. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of movement inside, and it looks like all of the torches have been squelched at the moment. Everything's been put out.
Splat, I don't know like what would be common necessarily for this church, but I would definitely be up and praying before bed. I don't know if I would still be awake at 10 at night or if I would already be in bed. Up to you, of course.
Sure. I'll allow it. Yeah, that sounds good. And of course, you see Gray kneeling in prayer at the altar.
That's nice. I'll try knocking on the window, like trying to be like loud enough that he could hear, but not any louder than necessary.
Okay. Gray, what is your passive perception?
Passive is 11.
Okay. Yeah, with that, you'd be able to hear it. It's a noise. It's a silent church. You're going to notice like a tapping or a knocking.
They don't have like the background music that you always have in video games and churches, you know.
Right. I got it.
Not always. In the Pokemon games, you walk into a church and it's the only place with no music. It's really weird.
It's creepy. It's really creepy.
You guys did, Stan and I actually did the music for the Halo games. That was us.
I genuinely enjoy that song. I love that song. So I'm always like, oh, this song just makes me feel good. You know, like I'm doing good right now. I'm killing evil aliens from a bad religion. This is great. So I guess I would, like, hearing the knock, I would pick my head up and look by way of the window to try to see what I see outside of it.
You see her start moving, I start waving.
Yeah, you see a shortish figure kind of jumping up and down and waving. His head comes up with a hand and then back down and then...
I'll put my head back down and cut my prayer back, like finish whatever sentence or whatever I was saying to my lady, like just kind of cut the prayer short. And then I'll get up and make my way over to the door and open it.
Okay. The door slides open alongside you, Mormon.
I go right round to it. I say, Gray, you need to come with me. It's the prison. We were looking at it, and apparently we need to get them out of it now. I think they're executing Adra in the morning.
Kind of like looking at him, just kind of absorbing what he's saying and just thinking to myself for a few moments. And then I'm just like, it needed to be tonight.
It does now.
Let me get my cloak. And I'll go back inside and grab my cloak from wherever it is and arm myself with whatever it is I need to be armed with. I don't know how long that would take. And as soon as I'm ready, I'll make my way back over to him.
You know, honestly, Gray doesn't sound like the kind of man who would... I'm sorry. Gray doesn't sound like the kind of man who would ask for permission. Why would he say, let me get my cloak? Like you need permission from a dwarf to get a cloak. Really?
I'm getting my cloak.
It was polite.
You are waiting here.
Yeah, so after a couple minutes, he returns with his equipment. I'd say it's probably 2.5 minutes. It wasn't too long. And with that, how do you both want to proceed?
So as we're walking away and he's kind of leading us, I'll turn to him and say, how many?
Guards or prisoners? Looks like... do I actually know? I don't think I know how many people there are, because I wasn't actually...
you waited in an alley, as far as I recall, so you wouldn't have a decent appraisal. But, I mean, you could use logic to extrapolate that there probably would only be a couple.
I'd say... I'm not sure exactly how many. Shouldn't be a huge amount, though they did want us to come help. I'm afraid I wasn't there. I got told about it by a message spell.
Are you referring to the prison?
Yeah?
I mean, how many guards in the city? How much time did you spend looking for the weapons they raided? You did not count or assume how many guards there would be before you went in and brought the whole city against you?
It wasn't the original plan. We were just going to go look and see what was going on, but apparently time is of the essence.
So you poke the bear without seeing if its mate is about. Wonderful. And with that, I'll just stay quiet and follow him.
Okay. Also make me a perception check, because you've been living in the city now for 4 or 5 days. Gray, make me a perception check, please. Actually, investigation.
Oh, ignore that roll.
Well, go ahead. Do another one. Fine. Hey,
It's better.
pretty much. I didn't know you had a different bonus, so it is a different stat. Okay, with your investigation check, you would have taken time because, well, you know why you were sent here. And so you would have had time with that score to have counted the amount of guards in the city. You found the number to be between 20 and 30 in general, and the shifts kind of range depending on the time of day and what they've been assigned to do. With that, you both head back over to the jail, and after a few moments, you arrive. Dax, and as you arrive, you see men dispersing in different directions coming out of the front door, and you see Dax and Adavi standing out front, kind of with just bewildered looks, just like
Don't, Jake, come back. Bernard, no, not that way. Everyone.
Forget them. They'll be fine. I assume Adler's still here, right?
They're gonna get just rearrested and then hung.
They're gonna leave town. They'll be fine.
I would like to give a speech to them. So I step up, looking for something to stand on, and seeing a couple of them moving the body indoors, I go, wait, can you just leave the guard here for a second? I just need the guard. Thank you. I step up onto the guard's chest and use it as a soapbox.
You're inside while you're doing this?
Where's everyone? Everyone's outside, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had already dragged the guard
Oh, they
inside.
already dragged the guard in. Okay. In which case, I do not have anything to stand on. Fine. I hoist myself up as far as I can up the pole of the bell. Can I do a strength check or something for that?
No, you can. It's a small bell
cool.
thing. Minutia.
Everyone, if you go, then there's a chance that many of you will be, like, captured or whatever. What we have to do is if we're gonna leave, we leave together as a group. There is safety in numbers. They will not expect us to be a well-organized team. Alternatively, we take the fight to them. We have people. There is about at least a dozen of you. I don't know. The GM would need to tell me more. And I'm sure we can find some weapons and armor. And with that, well, we're only outnumbered 2-1. And we have the element of surprise. We can engage them when and where we choose. And my friends are very powerful adventurers who will hopefully be able to swing the tide in our favor. We could retake the city.
Persuasion check.
I would like to add, it's nighttime. Presumably many of them are asleep. If we hit them where they sleep, we could have this over in minutes.
$27.
Nice. That's a good roll.
With that, the ones who are dispersing do come back slowly. Unfortunately, with the dispersing crowd from the thing earlier, a few people have stopped now and are pointing and looking at this amassed group of men, all stripped down, basically in their undergarments and whatnot, standing around in front of the prison. And you see one of them take off running.
Can I do an insight? Is he oh shit, I should warn someone about this, or is he just I'm scared?
Yeah, insight check, please.
Did you say we'd arrived at this point?
Yes, you're across the street.
Okay, well then I say to that,
that would be
as the guy goes running, I say to Dax, well, there goes the element of surprise.
You can't tell what he's taking off running for. He might be scared, or he might be an informant, or he might be anything. You're not really sure.
Return!
I cast command.
What's the range on command?
So I think 60, isn't it?
Yeah. I assume he's within 60 feet.
Oh no, he was off in the distance,
Oh no, as soon as he starts running though. Or was he... Oh, did he walk
60,
away and then...
yep.
Okay.
There's people that are pretty far away, down the road, seeing what's going on and looking kind of and he was off that way in my mental picture. And so he'd be outside of the range.
Guys, can you do anything about that? I pulled my light crossbow out then, and...
Dax, come on. This is not necessary. We just need to find out where they're sleeping. Do you know where the...
But the element of surprise... I pulled the crossbow trigger.
Okay, roll me an attack, please.
Adbura, do you know where Redfern's men are sleeping? Do you know where they bed down?
4.
You're going to hit
Crossbow
someone.
bolt whizzes harmlessly through the air and embeds itself into a stone embankment on the side of a building.
That was a warning! Return! We cannot risk the Enemy Surprise being blown. If you do not come back, then my friends will have to deal with you. I'm dreadfully sorry.
Your well thought out, diatribe about him coming back does not appear to dissuade him, and with that, he's around the corner.
I think we need to move.
Okay, where do they sleep? Quickly, people.
They're. I'm not sure. One of the guards. They're trying to pick through their memories right now. We've been in prison since they arrived. They're mercenaries, as far as we know. They've got to have someplace. Admiral. Yeah, they took me pretty quickly after he took over too. I'm not entirely sure. We've been inside the building for the last several days.
Adavi's right. Where do you used to sleep? Where's the guard?
Barracks, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're militia, and so I raised them, and they sleep in their normal homes. They just have shifts where they work for me.
If you were going to store 20 to 30 armed men who you wanted to keep together, or at least in groups together of at least 6, where would you store them in the city?
Nah, I wouldn't keep them inside the city. I'd make a mustering field outside the city.
Did we see any signs of recent construction or land clearance when we're on our way to the city walls?
Give me an intelligence check. Everybody in the party right now for your memory.
Investigation or intelligence?
Just a straight intelligence check, please.
Me too, or no?
Mm-hmm.
4.
Hey! What?
That works.
Damn. Gray, you're not sure what gate they came through, but the rest of the party, no, you didn't see anything like that. But there is a side gate. It's possible that they just approached from the wrong direction by happenstance, and maybe the field's out there.
I'll tell him that. I'll inform him.
Well, that's one possibility, Gray. The other option is we could just go grab Redfern. I imagine you cut off the head, the rest will fall.
But he's technically a democratically elected thing, isn't he? Gray, you were here when it went down.
He took the city by force.
Oh.
The question is, and I look around at the pathetic people around us, do we have the ability to take it back?
One of the men kind of shuffles. He's like, "We don't have any weapons. I mean, most of us are just farmhands. I mean, we're militia. If we had
a few
weapons,
going spare.
These guys are mercenaries. That's how they took us in the first place. They know what they're doing."
Where's Oscar?
Crazy idea, right?
Oscar's got 3 breastplates.
What was the name of the leader that was arrested? The captain of the guard?
Lieutenant Admiral.
Yeah, and he's here. Edinburgh's are here, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So when that one random person says that, I'm actually going to go over to him because I know that he's actually somebody that can hold their own and somebody that is an official that can be trusted or whatever. I'll actually give him my war hammer and my shield off my back, so at least this one person can take care of themselves. And just kind of shaking my head at the situation, I'm going to pull out a water skin. I'm going to take a swig of the water skin and then pour a little bit over myself, having it turn into a gray mist as it falls over me, casting Armor of Agathis on myself.
Okay.
Oh.
If you really don't think we're in a state to fight, then flight is probably the best option. We know that they don't have anything outside the gate that we entered. If we leave by the same means...
If we flee, they will just chase us down, and there's a distance involved. And
it's middle of the night, though. How many people can they have, ready to go that quickly?
We don't have enough horses. If we leave, we'll be on foot. They'll get some horses and stuff. They'll chase us down.
As you're discussing this, you hear the sound of a bell in the distance.
Damn it.
As that bell rings out, you hear a second bell answer from another corner of the town. A few moments later, a third bell answers from the other corner of the town, and pretty soon the sound of ringing is surrounding you. It sounds almost as if, they're all basically answering and the alarm has been raised.
I run off to get the cart.
Okay. Yeah, you're actually right next to it because you're already across the street where you were. So you have the... Wait, where did you guys leave the cart? I forget where you guys left the cart. You guys left it...
2 streets over.
Okay. So you go and get the cart. Oscar's still there, racing on over. What did you want to do with the cart?
Well, I'll start pulling out the various weapons and stuff I have. I think, we're just keeping all our spare gear either on our person or in the cart.
Pretty much.
I grab out a spare chainmail shirt, and I've got 2 great swords, 2 hand axes, and a bow.
Okay.
I give Redfern my crossbow. If Redfern can use crossbows, I take the 3 breastplates that are strung across Oscar. I distribute them, giving one of them to Redfern again. Not Redfern, sorry, Adbra, if Adbra can use it.
I mean, just a quick check, EE. The only one here we really give a flying crap about is Adambaro, right? Like everybody else is like, they're people, so yeah, we value life or whatever.
All that's important, Gray.
Out of game is why I'm asking.
Yeah, Adbra's the only named character, really.
Yeah.
See, okay. The thing is, though, you took a shot at some all life is important person as he was running away, just because he didn't listen to you. Right.
He might have just been afraid.
He was just reporting on a prison break.
The greater good. If he was afraid, he failed in his duty to the Grey Lady to be fearless in the face of tyranny, and that means that he is condemned. So, you know.
You're sounding a little chaotic right now, man. You sound a little chaotic.
It's the rules.
Yeah, we're gonna have to redo some alignment here.
Yeah, no, I am a little bit chaotic. I'm neutral. A little bit chaotic, a little bit lawful.
Right, how far is Redfern's away? We could literally crash the cart straight into the front and just charge in.
Not that far. I mean, you could get there fairly quickly. The alarm has been raised, however, so take into account.
Where would you store any extra weapons?
Ooh, FYI, are there any druids amongst this lot? Because apparently some druid, like, emissaries were sent, and then they got, like, no response or whatever. Were they, like, imprisoned or something, or am I getting that wrong?
There are no druids among this group. You don't see any elves among their number.
I'm going to turn to Dax and say, it seems like you have yet to come up with a plan amongst your plan that you didn't come up with. What is the idea here? Are we trying to save Adambaro, or are we trying to take the city back?
Well, saving Adambaro is only really a step to taking the city back, so if we can take the city back right now, we don't have the element of surprise.
Agree.
Are we protecting him, or is he coming with us to attack?
Adbra, how are you feeling?
Gray, real fast. You would know that an army is coming.
Yep.
You are aware.
I did tell them that before. I told Dax that in last session.
Oh yeah. What's the timetable on that? Did you tell me what the timetable on the army is?
I didn't know how long the timetable was. They were amassing as I left the capital.
Okay.
So however long it takes to amass, actually leave, and then travel.
Okay, I step inside to Grey then so I can talk in more hushed tones.
Okay, well, if this army were to get here, then there would be a bit of fighting, and then they'd have to take the city back, which would be a lot of death. If we can take it back before that happens, or if we can have forces inside the town, that would result in less death.
I don't care about death. When it's someone's time, it's their time. However, why are we putting his life on the line if that's the one that you're looking to rescue?
Let's put it to Adbra. Adbra, do you think everybody should, run? Or do you think we should try and take him down now while we have the chance?
He looks right at you. I fought several campaigns and I've made the wrong call before, and it's led to the death of a lot of men. My suggestion would be that we use discretion. I'm not going to say that these men need to disperse and get out of here. And he says that as men are like reaching into the cart and starting to arm themselves and grab whatever bits and pieces they can. You see one guy just trying to pry like a piece of sharpened stick off the side of a building, basically.
Yeah. With that, I kind of be like, live to fight another day. And then I'll turn to, it seemed like Shin seems to know the best layout of the city, unless I was mistaken. So I'll turn to him and ask him which gate he thinks is the closest or easiest to leave at this point.
The gate we came in from, the gate where our friend is being hung.
Oh, awesome. Good. Great. Decorations, you know what I mean?
Yeah, festive.
It is nighttime, so the shift will be lighter. But you all think that you could make a run for the gate. You've got about 16 people right now with various implements and weapons and whatnot. 2 or 3 armed men standing guard at a front gate at this time of night. even if they are experienced fighters, would quickly become overwhelmed, you think?
Okay. I will take the rear if you three want to take the front. Like, I'll kind of like, if you guys lead the front of the group, and so I guess 2 guards in the front, and we'll have like the meat of the crew in the middle of us, with Adambaro like in the middle of those others, which are just going to be death shields for him, because who cares? And I'll take up the rear.
Okay. We'll get longer if they don't know which gate we've gone out. If there's only 2 or 3 of them fairly close together, I can make sure they're quiet, and if we quickly jump on them, we'll just need to be at close range for that. Can we fit everybody here in the back of the cart? Not comfortably, like sardines. Literally like sardines.
No,
Oh, man.
Even so, you could sit like maybe 4 to 5 men back in there who are fully grown, but other than that, they'd be sitting on top of each other and just be like a pile.
That's fine. I'm actually okay with them having a pile of men.
They have feet. They can walk.
But it might be easier to just put the tarpaulin over them and just have a pile of bodies in the back. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, what was it? Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Pretty much.
Wheel in the...
Oh,
It only needs to happen for like 2 minutes.
I don't know. That puts us in a precarious spot. I would raise objection.
Okay.
Be like, and if we got attacked, let's just stop talking and start moving.
Okay,
You 3
everybody-
take the 2 up front.
You're not going to be good at this, but everybody try and stealth and follow the cart. When I signal... This is not going to go well. I need your 4 best fighters in the cart and these cabbages.
Oh god, cabbages. Oh. How much bludgeoning damage does a hurled cabbage do? I mean,
It's got to just be
1d2.
strength damage. I don't know. Strength damage by half? I'm not even
No,
sure.
cabbage damage. It's cabbage damage. There might be like immunity to cabbage damage, resistance to cabbage damage, weakness to cabbage. I mean,
Weakness
I
to
know-
cabbage. Now we're talking. That's an element they hadn't thought of.
yeah.
They're just allergic. It hits them and they get a rash.
I just looked it up. I'm pretty sure that's how much it does for one cabbage.
That's
Sure.
low balling it.
There's 5d20. That
Plus
32
32,
strength
you
of
know.
a god.
Oh.
So let's get a move on. Dax, do you have any idea to put a distraction the opposite direction? Even just a few seconds would be amazing.
How is this room here lit right now?
Just by
We're
one
outside.
lantern.
Well, you said by lantern. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll smash one on the ground so that it's the hay starts to burn.
I quickly motion to the 2 of the people near me. I run in and grab the guard and pull him out.
Okay. They don't help you. They have no pity for that guy. So I'm gonna need a strength check. Or an
Well,
athletics
Oh, they're
check.
just like, yeah, have him burned to death. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
We're going to take this
Jerry
guy
do
with
his
us
job.
so that we can then interrogate him about how many people, where they're armed, where they're dispersed. Do you want to have us attack and try and take the town back from the bad guys when we have no idea about their logistics? You will come in here and you will help me take this guy out.
With that very sound logic, I will immediately go in, and I've got a 17 strength, so I'll go in and just hoist the guy up.
Thank you.
And drop
Thank you.
him in the cart.
There we go.
Whatever we're doing, we need to get moving.
Yes.
Okay.
Mormon is
the
right
best
for
fighters,
once.
back of the cart, and
An arrow slams into the side of the building just
Okay,
as it's
moving.
starting to burn behind you.
Go, 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 go. Okay, can we do some perception checks and start moving towards the gate?
Yeah, that's fine. I was waiting for it to happen, but it's just like, conversation happens.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, let's go.
I jump on Oscar.
All right. 11.
I'm not perceiving. I'm going straight down the thoroughfare. I'm going to be on Oscar, being the front of the charge, knocking anything out the way. I do not have time to perceive.
There you go. Mormon's got it.
17
I'm
perception.
going to hang back, like I said, and wait till everybody leaves and starts running, and I'm going to pull up the rear behind them anyways. I have my full 30 speed, but I'll pull up the rear behind them. I don't need to make
Okay.
a perception, though.
All right, so arrows begin to fly, and as you turn around, who made the perception check? Mormon, you see 2 to 3 guys with longbows now winding up and firing in your direction from way downfield, probably a good 100, 120 feet away. You can hear the whistle as large arrows, probably about the size of a forearm, go into the grass alongside of you. As you're running down the street behind you, you're a group of 14 people in like in a cart. You're not moving super rapidly. They are following and firing, but most of their arrows don't seem to land. Let me
the
roll.
cart's currently fairly unladen. No one actually jumped in, did they?
Just the guy, just the guard.
Yeah, I've got the unconscious guard in the back. So how fast can we move if we're like spurring Oscar on to really push it?
You can move reasonably quickly, but there's kind of a little bit of a penalty there because you've got a bunch of people all trying to move down the same road.
No, that's
And
fine.
so-
I want them behind the cart. The cart is literally to bulldoze any small objects or people out of the way to make a racket
sure.
to draw attention. I'm literally trying to put the cart in front.
And the people are there to soak arrows so the cart doesn't get damaged.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
the cabbages.
So if everyone,
This
so
is
is,
valuable.
am I the only one aware of these people with the bows then, or?
Yes. And
Alright,
right
well,
as you realize, a guy next to you is an arrow through his throat, and he coughs blood as he falls to the ground. He is
Was he holding a
dead as
weapon?
hell. Yes. He had one of the breastplates and a sword in his hand.
I
That's
grab it. We need all we
expensive.
can get. Does he have a coin
Absolutely.
purse?
Oh my god, it's amazing.
There's someone without armor and a weapon who needs that. We need it. And yeah, after that, I call out 3 bowmen to the rear. And one of the weapons I handed out was a longbow, so someone can fire back in.
And I handed out a crossbow.
So if there are 3 people from attacking from behind, like so he calls that out or whatever, can I perceive
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah, you see him.
Make a perception check or whatever.
No, he relayed it, and I assume he pointed it out to you, so you can see him.
Awesome. I mean, I know we're not in initiative at the moment. May I attack?
Yeah, if you wanted to fire something back, you absolutely can. As long as it has an attack roll, though. If it has an attack roll, you can go ahead and fire back. Second arrow hits one of the men along the backside and buries itself in his back. And
As one of the guys falls the first time, I shout at the guys near him, pick him up and chuck him in the cart. Or, you, shot in the back, get in the cart as well.
all
Do
right,
I
and so,
do I see all 3 of them?
Yes, you do.
Awesome. First attack roll then.
Okay.
Oh, you rolled off a
7.
14 onto a 4. Ouch. All right, attack that same guy again.
Okay.
Oh, you
6.
kidding me right now?
No.
This guy's doing the Matrix right now. It's like, 5!
I don't even know what's
Dude!
going on right now. I'm just like,
There we go. No, that was splat. Damn
Half
it.
the town is now on fire from a scorching ray.
oh,
Yeah, you unleash with scorching rays, but they swing wide, and you can cut a swath of fire across the front of some of the houses, which are now actively burning. They fire arrows, but none of them seem to hit you. The 2 guys that have already been hit are being hoisted into the cart. The 3-4 bowmen that you just called for a moment that came to the back, they all fire back, but none of their shots seem to find purchase. Unfortunately, between being underfed, malnourished, and locked inside of a dark room for this long, maybe their eyes are adjusting, maybe they're still a little bit dizzy, maybe they've got some kind of vertigo. But either way, none of their shots are really landing, but they do return fire.
awesome. At least we have a huge distraction. There's a bunch of fire around the starting to burn tavern too. So
It'll ruin
I'll
the
call it
night
a win.
vision. It'll ruin the night vision. It's great.
Oh yeah. Oh.
You
the
continue
archers-
to sortie down the road.
Are the archers following us? Like, are they moving
Yeah.
closer? Okay.
They're not moving closer, but they're basically just staying behind you and firing. And as they lose line of sight, they get it back and then they fire again. They're
And we
fighting
can
like an archer would,
We
basically.
can just occasionally attack them back.
Yeah. If you want to make an attack right now, this is the time where anybody with a ranged attack could go ahead and make it, and then we'll proceed with the narrative.
I'll try firebolting.
Okay.
I'm do a poison chromatic orb.
Okay.
Attack 18.
All right. And then 21.
I
Ooh, very
pressed the
nice.
wrong button, but it still works.
So both, almost as if you're linked, both Adavi and Mormon, you turn at the same time, seeing the guys firing at you, and you both unleash a spell. Adavi, from you, a massive orb erupts from your hand, about the size of a soccer ball is what I would put it, and rockets its way down the road, impacting with one of the guards' chest. And when it hits him, it converts from almost like a magical miasma into a liquid, which just coats him and splashes everywhere. You hear him cry out, and right as that happens, your firebolt slams into the same spot, and whatever the chromatic orb must have been made of is flammable, because he goes, whoom, and he bursts into flame as he kind of falls down to the ground. The other 2 archers look surprised, and they stop firing for just a moment as they try to pat out the flames on their friend.
As it
You've
happens-
bought yourself some time.
I minor illusion at the sort of the middle of our crowd. As the crowd parts, it will become visible. A goblin, looking like myself, except armor is alight with mystic runes, and hands are sparking electricity, and he looks like he's beginning to cast some sort of magical spell, just carefully building up this giant orb of electricity and damage. And I'm just gonna leave that there, and I'm gonna continue to leg it.
Okay.
Oh, let me know when you're ready to do that, because I can just fire a lightning chromatic orb from that position.
Adavi, Now!
Okay, another chromatic orb. Go. And this one's going to be
Teamwork.
lightning. Attack 19.
Okay. And with that, as the other two guards attempt to put out the flames on their friends, this goblin, shimmering in the light, appears and cackling, starts rotating his hands as lightning dances in between them. And he pushes forward like that, and nothing happens. But right as he does it, you time it so that your lightning orb passes straight through him, and it gives a pretty good impression that he fired it out. And as the bolt weaves its way down the street, it goes in between the three of them. And does that jump in between people in metal armor? What are the specifics on the lightning on a chromatic orb?
It doesn't. It doesn't have any special abilities. It's just a specific type of damage. So if an enemy is weak to it, you can target that weakness.
It slams into the guy in the middle who's attempting to put his friend out right now as he flies sideways through the air and gets bowled over. You seem to have put a pretty good stop to the sortie that was happening from behind. With one dead man and a wounded man in the back of the cart, you start to make your way towards the gate. After a few moments,
As that happens, by the way, I try my best to kind of throw my voice a little bit back, that probably won't matter in a narrow, confines of this area, and be like, "Ha ha 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 ha! Behold the might of Gobbo, Lord of Goblins! You will all die, puny mortals!"
A persuasion check, just because I want to see how many people that sticks with.
Persuasion or deception? Would it be deception?
Yeah, you can do deception. That's fine, too. Hell, you could even get away with intimidation.
25.
You can roll whatever you want, basically, for that one.
25 is amazing.
That's pretty convincing, throwing your voice like that. You get the feeling it probably stuck a little bit. As you work your way down the street, having silenced the guys coming from behind you, or at least taking them out of the fight. You're not sure if they're dead or not, but they definitely weren't interested in continuing to follow you. You see the gate coming up ahead. There are three guards now who are kind of standing at attention and looking a little bit nervous, and they see the cart coming. You see one of them point, because it's a cart being followed by a bunch of dudes that are armed. And make me an intimidation check with advantage, because you guys have a lot of people right now. And so I don't know a whole lot of dudes that would go 3 versus like 14 or 12 right now with a cart and an ox and everything else.
Natural 20.
Oh!
They take off running. They see this happening, and they just head off in one direction, all three of them. The gate is clear, and it is open, and nobody's trying to stop you right now.
Gobbo comes
with
for thee!
Critical success. I'm not even going to let him resist. It's a critical success. And so with that, the gate passes over your head. You glance one last time as you go past and see the hanging body of Mary Shelby. As you turn behind, you see Adbro for just a moment reach up and put a hand on one of her feet, and then he kind of bottles it and moves forward. Insight check from anybody who feels like they wanted to be looking backwards or was behind him and saw that.
Sure.
Insight, I guess, because I aim it in the back.
8.
Sure.
9.
All right, just get them out of the way.
As that happened, I actually wanted to stop the cart temporarily under the body of Mary Shelby. Because if we can actually reach up and touch her foot...
Adbro, give me a boost.
He lifts you up easily because you're small and he's got a massive strength. So
pull up my rapier and slash the bonds holding her in place.
Sure. As you do that, though, he just lets go of your feet and goes to catch the body. Make me an acrobatics check.
That is absolutely fine. I'll be landing on cabbages anyway, and 2 wounded dudes. Okay.
Wait, what was that? It was 5d20 plus, what was...
14.
Okay. With that, you actually, as he lets go of you, you feel him slightly telegraph that he's going to do it as the body falls, and you got a feeling anyways that he wasn't going to let the body of a close friend be desecrated. It drops out, and just like almost like a Russian gymnast, you land on the side railing of the cart with both balls of your feet and just drop down real fast, and you can do whatever you want. He catches the body as tenderly as you can catch a body, basically. He kind of catches it and cradles it, and you notice he doesn't put it in the back of the cart. He carries her. And so he keeps her with himself while he's walking, and he still doesn't seem to struggle with it much, though. I mean, he's a big guy. He's like 6'5".
If he slows down,
anyway,
I will have a conversation with him about, she wouldn't want you to blah, 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 blah. But if he's walking fine, then cool.
As we're passing out of the gate, is there any way to close the gate? Does it have a mechanism to, like, roll down something or close the doors?
Yeah, there is kind of a sliding wall that they've jimmy-rigged out of the corner. Mormon, you would recognize some of the wheels on it as dwarvish work, but you could slide it shut if you have the proper athletics check, sure.
Mormon, assist me. Let's get these doors closed.
I run up and help.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Strong person,
I'm actually I'm pulling up the rear, so I will definitely go and help close the doors. As a matter of fact, I think it might be a better option if me and Mormon do it, because then we have the higher strength, and that'll allow you to prepare a spell to blast somebody if they come through. Shin?
Go for it.
Yeah, awesome.
I direct
that way you
Jake
can
to help
blast
them.
the crap out of stuff.
Sure.
Jake was strong.
The big guy moves over. If everybody wants to make athletics checks, we'll just take an average real fast.
Sure.
Right.
Watch me roll a 1.
20.
There you are.
That confused me. It's 21. The die that appeared was not correct, but sure.
Davi, it looks like Gray's having trouble. Do you want to give it a little push?
Oh,
Like an
right,
average
all right.
16 or 17, you managed to get the gate shut. For
Davi
whatever
gets
reason,
an 18.
yeah, for whatever reason, Gray, you can't get your footing. It's muddy around here from all the foot traffic, and all the good real estate's been taken by other characters, and so you just can't get your feet to get purchased. Not that you're strong enough; it's just you can't get the right angle on it. But with that, between Jake and Mormon, you manage to wrench the gate shut, and with a final push, Adavi launches himself forward and pulls the other side, and the gate thuds shutwards, and the
It's a good thing
palisade
you
is
had
now
that sorcerer to do all the
Oh yeah, I know.
Jeez.
The -1 bonus is really helpful there.
Oh jeez. I loosen the jar, okay? I loosen the jar.
Yeah, you got it ready for him. You got it ready for him. He wouldn't
Of
be able to do it
course.
without you.
So
with that,
as it seals, I'd like to slam down. What is this thing called? It is called. Oh, it's just called +1 quarterstaff. I'm going to slam down +1 quarterstaff, and I'm going to cast flow from this quarterstaff, and I'd like to direct the water across the edge of the door that we just closed to try to make sure everything along the hinges and everything where it attaches to the wall gets wet. And then I'd like to cast Ray of Frost along the entire edge there. Seal it up if possible.
Yeah, it works. I'm not gonna make you roll or anything for it because it's like a rudimentary. You're casting it, something that's not moving. And so as you spray the water out with your other hand, you bring it forward and you begin whispering incantations. And pretty fast, actually, a layer of ice and sleet covers a large chunk of the palisades, especially the areas where you're focusing, like the hinges and the joint at the center where the two walls come together. You ice that over fairly well, and you figure it'll hold for at least a couple of minutes and add, out of character, it'll make the DC higher if they're going to try and go through there. And so with that, the job is done. How do you all want to proceed? You're outside the gates right now with a cart full of wounded people. You've got like 14. There's 14 of you, basically. There's like 10 of them and 4 of you. So you've got a pretty big force. Admiral turns and says, even to Rob's is that way. Although I'd recommend we not all go there. My men are mostly farm boys anyways. They could all just disperse back to their homes.
Yeah, but then they'll be persecuted and pulled out and asked for information and so on. There'll be like an inquisition. Nobody likes to stand inquisition.
Some of them may, but Adbro is right. The more people we have, the more easy it is for them to spot where we go. I think dispersing is the right option. We can come back later and pick them up, but we need to move.
We could tell them to go to the druids and we could head even to Rob.
The druids? What do the druids do down here?
Oh, yeah. Do you know the bad guys?
You're walking while you're doing this, by the way. I'm assuming that you're... Okay.
TLDR,
yeah.
Bad guys had been making the druids distrust you, and you distrust the druids. They'd been basically interfering with the shipments and stuff. We revealed this. The druids were like, oh my god, we're on the same side. And then the bad guys attacked the druids to wipe them out. We helped. They managed to fight them off, but now the druids have to kind of abandon their city. So some of them are now camped out on the edge of the forest at a secret location, waiting to help out with the fight against the bad guys. And the others have gone off to find a new city.
I can't say that don't make a lot of sense. Some of the communication we've had between them and us over the last month or so has been erratic, to say the least. Unfortunately, with all the other problems, it's just I didn't have the manpower to investigate and sort the whole thing out. Between the damn Black Hound and everything else, some of the men cross themselves when you say that. They make the sign of the hand.
Mm-hmm.
I slap the hand nearest me that tries to do that.
Oi. He does it anyways.
Just believe in the power of the Grey Lady. Her power will protect you. You don't need some superstitious nonsense.
Amen to that.
I high five Grey.
I just look at his hand.
How high can a 5 be from a goblin?
I'm on a cow. I'm on a bull right now. Thank you very much. It's a very high 5.
Then you expect people to walk over to high five you.
You like sniff your hand. You're like, do I smell? I mean,
well, he still had the gill suit on.
That's true. He does still have the ghillie suit on too,
I do
which
still
is
have
like
the ghillie suit on.
It's kind of smelly.
Yeah, it is.
So
got about 100 yards in between you and the gate right now. Did you want to go along with this? Admiral's just going to tell him they're under his command, so he can tell them to disperse, and he doesn't really need the agreement of the group. I mean, that's probably what
I'd rather not put it to a vote. I think we just need to agree on this real quick.
I think they will be an asset to the druids if we need to take back the city. People with a working knowledge of the terrain and the layout and the structure and the bad guys inside the city will be very helpful, and they'll just be persecuted if they go back.
What about our families? When they know we're missing, they'll go next.
I agree with Adavi. There's too much time speaking. The rest of you, be gone. We have the important ones here.
You're really important to the Grey Lady. She values every life.
As you
Everyone
say that,
give your weapons back, by the way. I need those.
And the breastplates. If you wear them, they will know that we gave them to you.
You guys are awful. Oh man, I'm just kind of like, death and life. It's all one. Like, it's the circle of the Grey Lady, and you're like, give me your equipment back. It's expensive.
I need that stuff.
This is some GPs right there.
they start throwing weapons and things back into the cart. We'll discover who took what, and if people did it all in just a minute.
I'm looking for those breastplates. There's only 3 of them. They're easy to spot.
Yeah. As Gray says that, Abro said, well, our friend here lacks for words that are soft, but he is right. If you're worried about your families, go get your families. Do you know where the druids are at? Do you have a rough idea where they've made their camp?
Yes. Also, the 2 guys in the back of the cart, is one of them dead?
Yeah, he's real dead.
Does anyone here know where his family live?
We are still wasting time.
We're still moving.
They can sort it. I say they can sort it out, and I'll move the corpse off of the cart, like it's in the way, and then
no,
we need to
let's go to breastplate. I
to
move to the back
fight.
and try and take the breastplate off.
Some of the men actually, they show some displeasure at this, having one of their comrades thrown out of the back. But one of them says, Adam, I know his family. I'll bring him.
Thank you.
Admiral says, all right, y'all gather your families. Take them to the druids, all right? Don't come back. Don't tarry. Go tonight. Wake them up out of their beds and go to the druids now.
Who is the injured person in the back?
There's one of the
that's
guards.
Brian.
Yeah, injured person's the guard.
Is Brian able to talk at the moment, or is he too much in pain?
He's just got an arrow through his back and out of kind of his collarbone at the
Brian,
moment.
do you want to go back to your family, or do you want to come with us?
Wait a minute. I thought
he works himself up to his feet.
I thought the guy we had in the back was the person we knocked out at the prison.
You do. You have him too, but you have 3 people.
Oh.
One guy was killed. One guy was struck by an arrow through the back and out the front of his shoulder. And then the third guy was the guard knocked out. He works his way to his feet, and he's kind of hunched over because he's got a chunk of wood sticking through him. I think I can make it fine.
Okay.
The druids will have healing, right?
Are you going to go to the
I grab
druids?
the arrow, snap it, and pull it out.
And as he does that, I then cast Cure Wounds at level 1.
Okay.
That's how we do it. 13 healing.
Wow, not bad at all. As soon as the arrow comes through, he's crying out in pain, but by the time the arrow is pulled through, the hole has completely healed, and there's just a large scarred area now. And he briefly stops. He starts to rotate his shoulder. Thank you. Grey Lady protect you. And with that, he takes off into the high grass on the sides of the fields and through. You see all the men actually start to break out into cornfields and, random fields and things like that they're starting to move through with cover. Admiral still remaining.
Is anyone going to the cabbage farmer?
No, different gate. Or is that the gate? Did you say you were going to go through the gate you came out of?
It's the one we came out of,
people head through the cabbage farm, stomping on his cabbages and generally making
He
a
knows the cabbage. We already kind of screwed that guy over a bit. Can one of you go check on the cabbage farmer, by the way? Make sure that he's got out of his bonds. Thank you. He's been there. He's been there about
explanation.
most of the day.
Okay.
So,
Abra-
go ahead.
So to Rob's farm then?
Yep.
At least we need to stop there. Yes, it's a good place to sit and discuss things. I don't think we need to waste time right now.
Turn around and perception checks very quickly from everyone.
Does night vision help with this?
Not going to need it anyways. You could just do now.
Can I roll decent once?
You're on the wrong show to roll well. You know that.
Nobody sees my rolls in the other shows.
You already got a natty 20, so...
Did I?
Yeah.
When?
Didn't you get like a natty 20 on something earlier?
No. Wait, yes, intelligence. Yes,
Yeah,
I
it was
remember.
something
I remember
unimportant.
stuff. Yeah. So like,
If it makes you feel better, when Mathis was a guest, he couldn't roll above a 10 either. He was here for like 4 hours, and I think he made one attack.
splat. Fuck Mathis. Okay.
But yeah, Mormon, as you turn around, you can see that actually the reason you're not being followed is because a chunk of the city is on fire right now, and it's throwing light out into the hills around the area. Even with the fog in the air, there's kind of an orange color to everything all around you, and you can see reasonably well from it. It looks like those mist spells, well, they were used in a crowded area with a lot of like shanties and a lot of wood cottages, and it looks like things are burning right now, and that might be the reason why you're able to get out of here and you're not being followed.
The DM just made me feel important.
I stop and go, oh gods. We may have made a bit more of an impact than anticipated.
So to even two Robs in. And with that, you all start to work your way down. Do you want to travel on the road, or do you want to do something different? Like, how do you want to get to Even to Robs?
Well, the only way to really use the cart is to travel by road, right?
It's okay through fields, I assume, but just you can't go like through rough terrain.
Fucking Skype, man. I've got my mixer open right now for my LP stuff on YouTube. It's moving the knobs around and shit. Like, Skype is taking control of my audio devices and, like, moving the mixing knobs and stuff on my microphone.
Control.
Dude, fucking
Direct
Skype.
control.
There's a way you can switch that off, but it doesn't seem to do it every time.
Skype doesn't care. Oh, you turn that off? I'm going to turn it back on.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Skype don't give a fuck.
You flick the switch to say don't mess with any of my settings, but then it messes with that setting. It's like, no, I want to mess with your settings. I'm turning this back on.
So I need a couple things from the party at this point. Do you want to move stealthily? Do you want to move rapidly? Do you want to move normally? How do you want to get to Even to Rob's place?
If they're distracted in the town, we need to go fast. That's our option.
We need to outrun any riders who come after us. Yeah. By road, and I will get a nap in the back of the cart because I have one spell.
Well, so we currently have a corpse. Now, part of me, the PC part of me is curious as to whether or not, because now she's a corpse, right? So she's just meat. So I wonder if purify food and water would... Never mind. Put that aside.
Do you want to discuss that with Adbra?
No.
You have gained the cannibal trait.
So I think we should probably put the corpse on the cart next to the guard that was unconscious and we took with us, so she could be like lying on a nice bed of cabbages, so he doesn't have to carry a rotting body this entire trek.
To be fair,
so
he should probably get in the back as well because he's pretty hurt.
No, you healed him a bunch. You healed him for like 21, 22 damage. He's in pretty good shape now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where all your spells went last week.
True.
He refuses. You suggest that maybe but no, he will not do it. He's dead set on carrying. I'm gonna need athletics checks from everybody to see how fast you make it to Even to Rob's place. I will roll the Oscar as well.
It's one of those things where I would make the suggestion if he doesn't if he says no, I won't press the issue.
Oscar nat 20'd. Adavi got a 1. Not a nat 1, but a 1.
And I got a 21.
You find that Oscar
I got a
pulls
cramp,
ahead.
man.
You did? Oh, you got a crit fail. Okay.
No, it's not a crit fail. It's a 1, but only after the -1.
Oh, he rolled a 2. I was gonna say, why is it not in red if it's a crit fail? Okay. Well, it was a 2 with a -1. All right, so that's not the same thing. You find that Oscar is like roaring at the bit right now, and he is moving really rapidly. You get the feeling that if you just loaded him up, you'd be good to go. Like, so anybody who wants to jump in the back.
Get in
The
the
smell
back.
of rotting cleric.
Is there room for everyone in the back?
Yeah, you could crunch in.
All right.
The cabbages are very soft today.
That's because
That sounds like the rotting.
They're rotting, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we've been jumping and using them as a trampoline quite a lot. I don't think we're eating these.
We need to find some food.
So while we're traveling, one of the things I would kind of bring up is I would ask them, so I guess to RP it, why is it back there that you had used magic? Referring to the battle in the city.
Are you talking about the illusion, or are you talking about just like
I was
unloading on them?
in general, all three of them that
I'm
cast
asleep
spells.
right now, enjoying my nap.
Well, I
see
thought
the
it best to
problem.
give out weapons to everyone who could have them, and that left none for me but the spells.
They're afraid of everyone that casts magic. I thought the plan was to be discreet.
Didn't you cast magic, Gray?
I was pulling up the rear. I wanted them attacking me.
Well, we're leaving the city. I don't see a problem.
I don't know your tactics. I'm trying to learn them. It's just, I've never worked with a group with so many plans and so little direction.
I think you give us too much credit. Our plans are typically the kind that you frown at. They exist merely to cause us anguish, but we do them.
I frown frequently when they tell me their plans. I frown constantly. That's my first reaction half the time when they make a plan.
He'll kind of nod to that and then think on it. You know what I mean? This is the first time you spend an extended period of time with him because you're sitting in the back of the caravan. One of the things that you're going to notice is that every hour or so, I don't know if he just feels it necessary to cleanse himself, but every hour or so he feels the need to kind of bow his head and pray to the Gray Lady. He does this very often, where he just kind of prays to her and says things to her. If not engaged in conversation, he often opens up his book and will just read a few passages. He seems very obsessed with it.
All I'm doing is finding various snacks in my pockets and nomming away. Not offering it to anyone either.
Are you pulling basically bits of cabbage out between snacks?
Yeah, because sometimes that's all there is cabbage, okay? God.
The first time you do it, I offer to bless your food.
I look you right in the eyes and I shove it in my mouth and chew.
I'll leave it be.
To be fair, you could bless the entire wagon of cabbages.
It wouldn't make them less rotted.
No.
I'm good. Oh.
So if there's any conversation you want to have, feel free to have it, but you've got about 2 hours till you arrive at even two Robs at this rate.
2 hours? Wow, I was going to sleep for 8, but sure.
Yeah, it was going to be 3 or 4, but he got the critical roll, and so...
Leave me in the
Short
cart unless
rest?
there's something you need me for.
Okay.
I checked that we got all the weapons back.
You sitting there counting your little checklist. God.
Yeah,
There's
the
a
rest
lot of
of you...
weapons.
They see you... The rest of you see him pull out a piece of paper, and he's cross-referencing and checking to make sure everything's there. It seems somewhat miserly.
Great sword number 1, great sword number 2.
Someone give Adbert something other than my crossbow with one bolt
Oh no,
in it.
he has my
he's got a
warhammer and my
mace.
shield.
Oh. Okay, in which case he doesn't need my crossbow then.
Give it back.
Well, I'm just not
I
going to
don't-
mark
I
it
don't
off the
ask
sheet
for
then.
that.
I was going to mark it off permanently, but...
Yeah, you do get all the weapons back after doing a quick check. Everything is indeed there. So unless there's anything anybody else wants to say?
Nope, not at this point.
Make sure
Okay.
the guard is well, tied up.
Yeah, every now and again you see Gray just kind of kick him in the face. Kind of, bap, just keep him nice and unconscious. But other than that, after an hour or two of sitting in the back of the cart, rumbling up and down with Adborough, essentially just jogging along the side of it while carrying Mary Shelby's body, you see a house on a hill. It's actually a pretty fine house by comparison to a lot of the ones you've seen previously. It sits on top of a small hillock, somewhat with the beginnings of the forest behind it. You manage to make your way up the trail. None of the lights seem to be lit up because it is quite late right now. It's about midnight. How do you want to proceed?
I'm just gonna head up to the door. I mean, did we get the name of his wife? I need to look it up in my notes.
And I do not know anything about this area, correct, Splat?
No.
Awesome.
Edith Tarab.
Edith? You got the name?
No,
Okay.
I'm joking.
You don't
Oh.
know her name. I don't think I've given it to you yet. It'd be on my little sheet of information that I've given to you so far if I had.
Yeah, I don't have it on my list here. All right. Well, hopefully, even while I've told his spouse about us, because he did invite us by, and I presume he's done this with other people in the past, so perhaps she's familiar to having strangers in the middle of the night, even though it may be a little awkward. And I'm going to knock on the door.
Okay. You bang on the door, and after a few minutes, Someone peeks out of the window along the side. It's a woman who stands probably 5'8", 5'7". Her skin tone is somewhat lighter than Ibn Tarab's, his being the color of light coffee with nothing added to it. She is still dark-skinned by comparison to most of the people you've seen in this area, who they live in a land of fog and no sunshine, so go figure.
She's not waving back?
She's kind of looking at you incredulously. What do you want?
I point back to the cart, and everyone is standing around it. I go, we are friends of Ibn Tarab. There are problems in Woodley, and we have Adborough with us. We ask for a moment of rest, if you will allow us in.
It's dark. I can't see. Bring Adborough forward, if what you say is true.
I'll cast Dancing Lights and put some nice, bright white light between me and the cart.
You create light. They start to dance around and highlight the people you want them to, and one of them stops nearby Adborough. Throws a soft orange glow across him as he kind of cradles Mary Shelby in his arms. He shifts his weight slightly so that he can raise a hand. A gesture, a wave, essentially. With that, you hear the door go snap and unlock, and it slides slowly open. What are you all doing here? My husband's not here right now. Who is she? Adborough responds, it's Mary. We need some place for shelter. I know Ibn Tarab is away right now because I was the one who sent him, but things have gone wrong in Woodley, and we need a place to stay. She looks back at all of you. And your friends? They're the reason why I'm still alive right now. Redfern's lost his wits. I don't know what's wrong with him. He locked me and all my men up. It's been tumultuous times. I was scheduled to be hanged in the morning. Please, I don't mean to put your family in danger, but they need a place to stay. As far as I know, they wasn't identified while we were in there. They know about me, so I fully understand if you send me away. I've got another place I can be, but for the night, they need a place to rest. She scans between all of you. Very well, come in. You need help with Mary? He stops for a moment with a pause. He said, no, if y'all got a shovel around somewhere, I'll be in a while, but I'm gonna bury her first. Yes, around the side of the house, there's all the tools you might need. I'm sorry, I had no idea. He doesn't say anything back, and with that, he sits her down gently along the side of the house and goes to find what he needs.
I will actually go up to him, and because this is another woman of our faith, so I'll actually go up to him, and like when he goes to find the shovel, I'll place a hand on his shoulder, gesturing that I will go and find the shovel for him, and I'll actually take a position of servitude and go and get the shovel, and if he even wants assistance in burying or assistance in prayer over her, I will gladly do so because she is a woman of the faith.
Okay. As you give that kind gesture, he kind of turns over his shoulder and looks at you, and understanding what you're implying, he nods, and he kind of takes a knee in front of her body and just kind of sits down heavily, cross-legged, almost like a child would. You go out to find the tools. The rest of you, what do you want to do?
Ma'am, I didn't get your name. Even spoke highly of you, but never mentioned your name. Do you mind sharing?
My name is Asha.
Asha, well, it's wonderful to meet you. Eben seems like a wonderful person. It's fantastic to meet his spouse, and I really do appreciate your assisting us in this time of need. I am Adavi. My traveling partners are Dax. He's an eloquent musician, even at sleep. Mormon, don't mind the face. He'll grow on you.
Well, if you want him to.
And the one helping Abra is Gray. Well, you just met him, yesterday? He seems like an all right fellow. Oh, the harmonica. Someone slapped that out of his hands. Asha, do you have a place where we could... Asha, do you have a place where we could hide the bull's cart? Just so any visitors from the city might not see it. Is there a shed or something we can hide it behind?
Sure. We've got a basement around the back of the barn. If we take the wheels off, we can pretty easily conceal it in there. it'll be disassembled until you put it back together, but that would keep it out of line of sight. Otherwise, you could just put it behind the barn. It's up to you.
Thank you. I'll get right on it. And I'm going to go grab Oscar, and hopefully Oscar will follow me.
Okay. He does not follow you, although he does seem somewhat satisfied when you remove the harness and everything else from him. Yeah, it stands. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wake Dax up. He doesn't seem to respond to the commands.
Well, if I see that he's not moving, I'll go over and try, seeing as I'm slightly more acquainted with Oscar.
I wave Mormon off as I'm opening up one of my water skins. I'm going to start pouring it over Dax's head. Good morning, little one. You having a nightmare?
You're having a nightmare.
All right, we need your help.
Why have you poured water over our valuable cabbages? Pay good money for these.
Oscar is refusing to move, and we need you to move him. We've arrived at our destination, sleepy man.
Oscar.
Oscar begins to trot over by the barn.
I fall asleep again.
Thank you, Dax. Screw the cap back on the water skin. Wait, they don't have screws, do they? What did they have on their water skins back in these days?
It's just like a plug or like a
pinch.
Yeah,
cork plug.
Cork.
Gotcha. Plug it up. All right, I'm not going to disassemble the card. If we need to get out of here, I need it to be put together. And besides, I wouldn't know what I'm doing. I'm not good with these things. So I'm going to hide it behind the card as best possible. And can I unhitch Oscar fully and lead him inside the barn?
Yes, you can.
Fantastic. And do we just leave Dax outside, Mormon? What do you think?
Yeah, what's the weather like here? Is he going to like freeze to death or get rained on?
He'll be fine. It seems to be an otherwise foggy but unremarkable day.
I can wake up for up to 2 hours, provided I don't do anything strenuous.
All right, I'm just gonna pile some cabbages over the goblin and head back to
Cabbage blankets.
He's already getting a sore throat and some sniffles. Just let him get the rest of the sickness. Let him get that. That's his way of worshiping the Great Lady. He's gonna catch the flu. It's all good.
He's gonna wake up
water as well.
Yep. Congratulations, you caught Cabbage Dick.
Yeah, like you are making the perfect conditions for cabbages to go rotten, and fertilizer in the back of the. Yeah, this is gonna go so well.
So after we're done,
what about the guard, by the way? Are you leaving him in the back with me?
I was gonna say after we're done burying Mary, I totally have every intention of having, I suppose, fun with this guard.
I think we could do that in the barn.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you bring the shovels back...
Well, while the burying's going on, I will go out with my own shovel and say, need a hand.
He nods softly. I'd very much appreciate that. I'm afraid that my strength has failed me at this point. With that, Asha walks up behind you, Mormon, and he goes, Asha, I don't mean to turn your land into a burial plot, but if there's a place, think nothing of it. There's a small grove over there. You're more than welcome. Mary's helped our family more times than I can count, as of you. Thank you, Asha. And with that, he takes one of the shovels and, picking her up, shovel in one hand, underneath her, you carry her off into the grove, and you all begin digging a grave, except for Adavi, who's doing what right now?
I'm actually playing around with the guard, seeing if I can kick his face a little bit, make it even out.
I'm like snuggling him, like he's my little spoon.
Yeah, but Gray's been kicking him on one side of his face this entire trip for 2 hours. So I need to just even it out a little bit because he's got a big old bruise showing on the right side of his face.
They were periodic kicks. It's not like it was like a constant like doof, doof,
Your boot print is on his cheek.
That's my argument.
I'm just seeing if I can play around with him without waking him up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, you begin digging in the grove, those of you that have decided to help out with the burial. After a few moments, probably 5-10 minutes of digging, Adbaro begins to speak. I never had the chance really with Mary. We've been together for a long time. The sound of shovels is the only sound right now. The fog is dead and everything else, and so it's just the sound of you digging and him speaking. We've been together since the old country. It's strange when you go to war with somebody alongside you. You tend to establish bonds that don't exist otherwise. He stops for a moment to wipe his brow. Now, I find myself regretting the fact that I never had the opportunity to really, well, I'd hoped that once things had settled in Woodley, I don't know, things would go better between she and I. We had a friendship for a long time, and it seemed that would come to its natural progression at some point. And, well, I find myself wishing there were things that I had said. The shovels continue to dig into the earth. Unfortunately, that ship has sailed at this point. And after a few more minutes, you have enough earth away to lay her to rest. You all carefully lower her down into the grave.
As we lower into the grave, whatever light we're using here, I'm going to use thaumaturgy to change it. So instead of being like the typical color light we give off, to be more of a gray color.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm like dull it out.
With that, I thank you for your help, but well, it's customary in the mainland when you lose a man that his unit should be the one responsible for his burial. I thank you all for your help, but I'd like to be the last one to toss the earth over. Y'all can go and get some sleep now.
Of course, and I give him a nod, bow, sort of thing.
Handing him the shovel, I'm going to guess guidance on him, because,
okay.
You need guidance when you pray. and just as a prayer to him and walk away.
Okay.
I'd like to... Sorry, go ahead. Finish up.
No, go ahead. It's fine. It wasn't anything important.
All right. I'd like to cast Detect Magic and see if I can notice anything weird about this guard. Just anything.
Sure.
You ritual cast it.
Is that possible? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is possible.
Oh,
Spend
no,
10
as a
minutes,
sorcerer,
right?
it's not possible.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah, sorcerers can't ritual unless you take that
Take
feat.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I can't do that. Yeah. Anyway, Detect Magic.
Okay. He's otherwise mundane. As you go through the incantations and the spells, you start to look out for the telltale glow of anything magical about his person, but that indication never comes.
But I'm glowing.
Then I'm gonna start rifling through his pockets. Then I don't care if Dax
I am
is
not.
big spooning this guy.
Sure. In his pockets, you find about 1 silver and 12 copper. Aside from that, he's got a suit of leather armor on. Very standard, like it's bare bones, to say the least. It's barely past hide armor, essentially. It's a suit of leather armor, and then other than that, you don't really find a whole lot.
All right, I'm going to start tugging. I'm actually going to pull off his whatever he's wearing on his torso. I want to try to find things on his arms or neck or tattoos or markings or anything that might indicate anything at all about this guy.
Does this wake me up?
I don't know, does it? It's at your own discretion. You can wake up if you want to wake up at this point.
I wish that was true in real life.
I'm wet,
you're the
I'm
big
cold, I'm
spoon, you're not allowed
shivering,
to wake
I'm
up.
trying to... I'm probably not sleeping very deeply right now, so if you're trying to, like, pull the stuff off the guy right next to me in the car, I probably will wake up. It's a small car. You're a big guy.
Adafi, what are we doing?
Shh, go back to sleep.
Is there somewhere to sleep indoors?
Yeah, we're at Even Tarab's place. If you want to head inside.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough. That guy okay. His face is rather... There's a boot print.
He'll be fine, I'm sure. He's still breathing, right?
Can I do a medicine check to check that?
Sure.
My god, he's dead, Jim.
Yeah, if you crit fail a medicine check, just trying to check if someone's breathing. No, they're dead. 100%.
We bury them out
Yeah.
back alive. That would be a 5,
he's-
natural
man,
2.
you
I think he's
suffocated
dying.
him.
Like, it does not look good. Like, you think he's in really, really rough shape.
Adafi, quick! Get his chest off! We need to do, like, chest compressions. He's going into
I've already
shock.
got his chest off.
Good. You do the mouth to mouth. I'll do the chest compressions.
I am not touching this guy's mouth.
I mean, I'm...
You think he might die if he doesn't do this. Like, you are fully convinced.
Adafi, you need to save him. He's our
Hey.
only lead.
If he's gonna die, then he's gonna die.
See, that's a yes.
Adavi, as you're taking the leather armor off of him, you find a tattoo of the Lantern Gang on one of his arms.
I turn his arm up and I show it to Dax. See?
But he's dying. We need the information in his head.
We'll get Mormon over here. Maybe he can do your lip service.
I'm still doing chest compressions. Moment! Quick, get over here!
Do I hear this?
Yeah, you hear it. Dax, make me another medicine check, please.
I start running over.
17.
That's better. That's better.
As you do, you think it's working. Like, you're pretty
it's
sure
working.
he's getting better right
It's
now.
working. Moment, you need to give him the kiss of life just to make sure.
If I hear that, then I say, what?
Did you
hear that
Mormon,
from the
You
distance?
need to, like, blow
Mormon.
into his mouth and hold his nose closed so the air forces his lungs open.
I like to
So
imagine
that-
you guys are having, like, this comedic, like, Abbott and Costello thing going on with, like, trying to resuscitate this guy. And then, like, Adbro's just in the background quietly sobbing. Just, like, on a hill in the background. While, like, the comedic foreground.
Mormon, you better hurry. He's not going to make it.
I've already broken, like, 5 of his ribs.
Oh, don't give yourself so much credit.
Yeah, it's probably just...
You have
my
like a
strength
negative
isn't
4
high.
strength.
Yeah.
And when I arrive, I'm like, what the hell is going on over here?
We're trying to save a life.
Don't you want to interrogate this guy, Mormon? Come on, get in the back of the cart. Hurry up.
Like, looking at the guy, does he look like he's dying?
Medicine check.
You don't have medicine.
I can still roll it.
You
16.
did. Look at that.
Mormon,
Nice.
there is nothing wrong with this man. You have no idea what they're doing right now.
What the hell
I
is-
nod my
he's
I nod
fine.
my head over to that. I'm like, come on, drink, drink, drink.
He's fine. He's breathing fine. What are you doing? Get off him.
Can I double check my medicine check to make sure that maybe he's fine now, maybe I
No,
fixed
you just
him?
saved him. Yeah, you just saved him. He was dying and
Either
you
I've
saved
saved him,
him.
or he still needs
Go for it.
the mouth-to-mouth, and Mormon's just doesn't know what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
go for it. That's fine.
He is just a dwarf, you know. Another dwarfist over here.
11.
Maybe Mormon's right.
I think it's working. I think I've saved him. We don't need the mouth-to-mouth, Mormon. But if you need it in future, you better be in there. Okay?
At this point, I imagine I'm walking over.
Okay.
So you think he's okay to get roughed up a little?
Can we try the not roughing up method? I've still got 1 spell left.
I don't know. I mean, he's
It lasts 8 hours.
it's the Lantern Gang. You think they're gonna respond? I mean, you could try. I'm all for you trying.
Pour your water in his
You're,
face.
you're saying that? I'll turn to him and ask, Lantern Gang?
Bad guys.
Lantern Gang, and I lift the guy's arm up so that his body sort of lifts up out of the cart just a little bit, so that I can show the arm over the edge of the cart.
Hmm.
I point to the lantern.
I move the bit of cabbage that's covering it.
With the
Right,
arm
you
being...
see a tattoo that looks roughly like that right there.
Thank you.
Kind of burned into his arm.
With the arm being lifted up, so it makes it easier, I'll actually kind of like tuck that arm on my shoulder and hoist him up so we can move him to wherever it is that we're going to be doing this interrogation. And then I'll say to you, fill me in, as I like walk to go like
Okay,
prop him
this will
against
be
the
easier
tree or
if we
something.
put him at the kitchen table with a big mug of tea in front of him and pretend that he's a friend.
And at this point, Gray and I are pulling him into the barn.
Yeah, exactly.
This is going to be tougher, guys.
For somebody.
Asha
Is there
walks
like a
up.
s-
Dax
is there-
goes, "Bad man, what are you doing?"
He's one of the guys who, maybe helped string Mary Shelby up.
I nod to that. He's part of the Lantern Gang, if you've heard of them.
While you're kind of like talking to them, I'm going to keep bringing him to the barn, grab some rope, and just tie him like arms behind his back against some pillar thingy in there. I'll wait for you though, Shin. Don't worry.
Torture scene.
all good.
It's a torture scene. We're headed towards a torture scene.
I've got
But
high
to be
hopes I
clear-
can head this off.
I'm not evil, okay? I'm not evil.
You just do what needs
We
to be
had
done.
this happen at Dark Heresy too, whereas like we were moving towards like a scene where somebody was definitely about to get knifed and interrogated, and like as a group we were like, so how do we make this socially acceptable? Because in
Yeah.
the Imperium, torturing a guy for information is just like, cool, fuck that heretic. But like in real life with viewers, you're like, I totally wouldn't actually do this in real life. It's just a game. Like,
I'm
You
just
know
gonna
me
tell
as
him a
GM,
joke
I'm
about-
very descriptive. Like, I would be perfectly happy with plucking out eyeballs and fingernails and all that good stuff.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying inside with disappointment of you. Just disappointment.
Dax, if he's about to die, we're gonna need you to revive him.
I'm not there. So. I don't say
That's true.
You
You
have
guys
to
are
take
missing the
res-
village psychopath right now.
You have to
Normally
take
you would have Knots
responsibility
on
for your
here.
own actions if you're going to do that.
Do you want the information or not? I mean, it's that simple.
I'm going to try to get the information a much simpler way. And a way that will give us all the information and no half-truths, hopefully.
Well, you'll have your chance then, assuming he lives.
No, it works better beforehand. It won't work afterwards. Watch, have you got your water skin?
Yeah, I'll hand one
If you
over.
look into the barn, I have my water skin out, and I'm starting to like pour it over his forehead to wake him up.
Okay, Gray's on that. I run over and I tap the guy on the chin.
As the water flows down his face, he goes and wakes up.
Oh, hi there. Sorry. Yeah, we had to kidnap you because you work for the bad guys. But you just passed out on us again. It's been a long trip. You did agree, though, that you were going to tell us everything you knew, and we were going to let you free in exchange, and I cast suggestion.
Okay. Let's go ahead and see. Does suggestion have a DC?
Yep,
It
14.
does.
14. Okay, let's see if it sticks.
I wish it didn't. I would totally have that spell.
You see his facial expression is initially incredulous, but as the words come out of your mouth, his face softens. He's, what did you want to know?
Ah, excellent. Gray, could you just loosen the bonds a little bit? That's grand. I pull up a chair and sit down in front
When
of
he
him.
loosens his tongue, I'll loosen the bonds.
That's fair enough. I sit down on the chair in front of him, and I do the backward straddle on the chair. Mormon, could you take this down?
When you're sitting on a chair, do your legs even touch the ground?
Oh God!
If I'm straddling it the other way around, not really. They're like
Listen,
a good
my
8 inches
wife's
off the ground.
4'11". Her legs don't touch the ground, so I'm sure your little gobble
No.
legs never go anywhere near it.
No, I have problems just straddling the chair. Like actually the chair's so big, it's like beyond my knees, so my legs stick out like straight forwards. But yeah, I hand
Was it
Mormon
you said-
some parchment and a pen, a quill.
All right, I take it.
So we need to know the number of your guards that are there, the distributions, what their weapons are, like where they keep the weapons, who's in charge, the hierarchy, where you're based, what your rotas are, the guards for the walls, if you're expecting any more people in, what your supply provisions are like.
Just gotta rattling them out at the poor guy.
Yeah, he's got like a little list. He's like, here you go, answer
Yeah.
these questions. I'll be back
He's
in an
got
hour.
like 3 concussions from me kicking him in the face. This guy's like, "What's my name? Is it Susan?"
He slowly says, there are 35 of us. Various mercenaries and cutthroats and so on and so forth. Guard shifts are somewhat, well, unreliable. Because he's talking completely monotone at the moment. Guard shifts have been unreliable just due to, well, anyways, that's what Bro says, is that getting men like us in order doesn't really work so well, but we keep order in town in our own way. And with that, he spends about an hour just filling you in with all that information you want to know. And in the future, just ask, and I'll try to get it sorted out, because that's a huge, huge bunch of stuff that's not planned at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'll make it up as we go. Anything else you wanted to ask more specifically?
Anyone else?
I mean, I assume you would have gone through all of his connections to the rest of the Lantern Gang. Like, what are they doing down here instead of over at whatever? And you could have asked him about the group that we had found as zombies. I'm sure he would have had some information about that. You know, just anything.
This spell I can concentrate on for 8 hours, so
Yeah.
we can be up
Yeah.
all night doing this.
He says, well, I'm an advanced scout for the Lantern Gang. Frost didn't trust that the Kisrathi were being forthright about things. And so he sent me as a mercenary, well, to pose as a mercenary amongst the group that Redfern was gathering and feed him information. I stopped receiving info from him 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago.
Yeah,
He
he's
wasn't at the
dead.
drop-off point.
He was a zombie.
Oh,
Oh, your necromancer friend zombified him, and yeah.
he was worried something like that might happen.
Oh, it did.
We had accumulated some spoils from this that made us a particularly good target for anyone that wanted to be greedy.
What can you tell us about these? And I'm going to pull out the little black seed.
Okay. Let me see real fast. It's been a while since I thought about that. It's Pixie's Pine.
And what is it doing on this island?
It was grown by the blood drinkers beneath the soil. As far as I know, they wanted us to move it in between locations. That's all I know about it. They would supply the crates, and they would supply the seeds, and we would take them to various locations.
Are these blood drinkers another name for the Kizrathi, or is this a different group?
It's the
They
necromancers,
are
right?
one and the same.
Do you know anyone who is... And Mormon, do you still have that map?
I do,
Showing
yes, and I produce it.
Just shove it in his face. Do you know anything about the pickup point? And I'll point to the pickup point, which was east of the cross circle, right? East of Croftwood.
Yeah, so we had a couple different points that were marked on there. You're not talking about the one on the coast. Are you talking about the one that's on the coast to the east of the Crosswood? Or are you talking about the one that was...
Do I have it in my list of assets?
I don't think it was a thing we actually ever physically made a map for. It was just kind of, I listed off, there was a couple locations. So on the map, there was a location that was down along the shore to the west of Woodley. There was another location that was marked for pickup that was kind of on the edge of the forest.
Yeah, I'm talking about the pickup one, like where they get the seeds from. Because that's where the cart started, right?
Okay. The seeds, they just bring them from beneath the earth. I can tell you where they go, but I don't know where they come from.
Do you know anything about the teeth?
Yes. It's a place to the west of Woodley, along the beach there. We've got men positioned, and they use it to... Well, they secure the place. I'm not entirely sure why, but they've been down there for some time. They don't really communicate it with us in the main camp. They handle their own business.
How many of them?
5. All of them are best.
Oh. What about Halsgard? Where is he? What happened to him? Why do people want him?
Left the city. Not really sure. Inquired after him. Really wanted to make sure that he was dead, but didn't go that way.
Why did they want to make sure he was dead?
Just to promote chaos in the city. Really, if you can focus people on the other, it doesn't really make them look at you.
Hmm. Is there any way for us to, like, legally move against Redfern?
All of us are banned from going inside of his home. Even his personal guard aren't allowed inside. If he's got something, I would assume that's where you'd find it.
Do you know what happened to Redfern?
In truth, no. I don't know the character of the man. All I know is that he had made a fast call for mercenaries, and it represented an opportunity for the Lantern Gang to make some coin while at the same time keeping an eye on the comings and goings. We figured that by having a man on the inside, we could figure out their shipments and maybe earn a little bit of extra coin raiding. The blood drinkers didn't really seem to have any regard for what was going on in the city, and so we figured we would use the chaos to our advantage.
Why were you looking antsy outside of the prison?
Redford promised death to anyone who let the prisoners out. I knew I needed to go for backup because my companion had left. But if I left, I knew I'd be killed, and so I couldn't decide. Were anything to go wrong either way, my life would be forfeit.
So you can't go back there now?
No.
What do you plan to do after we set you free?
Ha!
I suppose travel back to Ballard's Cross.
Yeah. They're all zombies.
In Ballard's Cross? Out of character? Are you trying to play right now?
I'm trying to play him right now.
Huh. How did that happen?
Well, after the wizards the necromancers, blood drinkers, as you said, used your gang, they decided that they needed to take out the entire leadership, so they turned them into zombies. With the pixie nuts.
Interesting. I don't know what I'll do then.
Really repent and follow the way of the Grey Lady? She does take absolution.
As you say this, yes, sure. That seems like a good plan.
Can I insight check him?
Yeah.
Would you even need insight? I mean, he can't. Can he lie at the moment?
Oh yeah, no. He's just like the way I suggested was that he was going to cooperate with us so that we'd let him leave. So he's telling us like information and stuff that's true, but he could still lie about his intentions afterwards. 13.
You get the feeling that in his current suggested state, he may have just taken the idea that you posed. Like, it doesn't sound entirely genuine. But it seems like maybe the suggestion spell is making things sink in a little bit too much.
Okay.
What do you know about Zhao Feng?
Bounty hunter. Came down to the north. Vicious man. The only one
sorry.
I've...
Sorry, EE, can you turn the music down? I actually can't hear Splat.
There you go.
Awesome.
A bounty hunter from the capital. A vicious man. The only one I've ever seen who heard Ibn Tarab's name and seemed to not care.
And what is he doing in Woodley?
He's there after Quarry. More than that, I don't know. Although, I've heard it on pretty good. He was asking questions in Ballard's Cross back before I left. And I have it on fairly good faith that he's not charging any money for what he's doing right now.
Really? Bounty hunters don't do that.
It seems to be personal.
What do you know about Ibn Turab?
What's not to tell about him? And for a few minutes he talks about how Ibn Tarab is one of the 7 Scions, the ruling council of actually the entire island, although he's taken a reprieve and retired, and that his 7th seat has not been filled. He's actually a figure of fairly massive prominence on the island. He goes to tell you that the 7 Scions are a group of heroes who essentially carved the way for the capital to be established back 30, 40 years ago. Some of them of varying races. There's a gnome. There's a dwarf, as far as you can tell. There's 2 humans on the council. They were part of an adventuring party that essentially cleared out the cave works underneath Langenfeld that allowed it to become the capital and just kind of thrive. And after that, they became a council of 7, essentially, who they orchestrate and act as magistrates and sort of the authority figures on the island, raising the armies of the Scions and so on and so forth. Basically the ruling governance body.
And they're not like elected or anything.
No, people just accept their rule because they basically established civilization on the island.
So
or made
colonial
it possible.
oligarchy.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay.
Any more questions? Anyone?
Go ahead.
Oh, great. Go on.
No. So, if it seems like you guys are done interrogating him, like there's nothing else that needs to be done, then
All Skype could
Figure it
crash.
out.
Oh. Wait, is Skype coming back?
It's back. is moving for me right now. Everyone else is frozen. Oh,
Oh.
it's working a little bit.
Yeah, it's back. It's back.
There we go.
All right,
Everything's
so what we'll
fine.
do is this is a fantastic time for us to take a break and sort out the technical thing because we're already at our break time anyways. So everybody go get yourself some Cheetos, some Mountain Dew, a cigarette, whatever it is that you need in order to get through the next 8 minutes. We'll be back. We're going to go sort out some technical issues real fast, and we'll come back with the back half of the show after 8-10 minutes, all right?
Sounds good.
We are returned for more Roll4It D&D with Mormon and also a Davi and maybe some Dax and some Daleric in there. Welcome
And
on back,
Mormon's
everybody.
beard.
This is totally a real beard, honest.
A beard so awesome that it's just an extra character. It has its own stat sheet and everything.
Yeah.
It's got like a +3 to strength, athletics
Like
checks.
Oscar.
It's got a it's like
Yeah,
Oscar, but a beard.
This is a 7-man
but
team
yeah.
right now.
I was gonna say it's only an NPC
So many
stat
random
sheet, though.
extra
It's not like it's
characters.
a real one. You know what I mean? Like, it's all good. So
we're in the
If
middle
I
of an
die, I
interrogation.
would like to
except-
come back as Mormon's beard.
We're in the middle of an interrogation, except the interrogation is not one because he casts suggestion like you're going to tell us everything. Okay.
Yeah. That actually sounds like a cuss, doesn't it? Doesn't it like Mormon's beard? Like, is that not like is it not a thing?
Well, I've used
I
Eadman's
approve.
beard occasionally because Eadman's supposed
By
to be the dwarven
Mormon's
god.
beard.
Yeah, by Mormon's beard. I think I'm gonna use that. I think that's
Yeah, basically like,
I-
like by Grabfar's hammer from
Yeah.
Galaxy Quest. It'd be like, by Mormon's beard, I will avenge you.
Oh no, this is what I am totally stealing that. I'm about to one of my other games, I'm about to have them go deep into dwarven territory. Mormon's beard is going to be a cuss. That's right. Done. Done.
Glorious.
I think I know where Mormon's beard came from.
Uh-oh.
The Black Hound is back, but it's only appearing on that particular part of Mormon's body instead of everywhere.
Which that's what it
Is it just a part of Mormon's body? Have you really checked?
We haven't checked. I'm afraid to check. I don't need to check. I'm confident in my manhood to not check other people's manhoods, okay?
I mean, I was going to say, like, chest hair, like he's got a full, like, scruffy belly. You meant to give him, like, belly rubs?
I always thought
Bloody
that'd be
Black
good
Hound.
for if you were like a dwarf, if you could just like weave your beard into your awesome chest hair, so it all just becomes like a big woolly tapestry about how
Yeah, but what
dwarvish
happens
you
when
are.
you
That
want to
just
look
sounds
up?
like ouch. That just sounds like a lot of ouch.
No, they've got
It's
extras,
like
so they're
if
slack.
you put your head up too much, you'll
Yeah.
be like, oh god, no.
No, if you did that, though, people would just tap you on the shoulder and you'd be like, wow!
Yeah, exactly. I'm just wondering
Nobody-
if I go up to Mormon and do like one of these, like a nice scratch under the beard, if like Mormon's leg just starts shaking.
So we rejoined the party here. They're in the middle of an interrogation, and I think Daleric had something he wanted to ask Gray. So what was your question?
Wait. Oh, yeah, something Gray was doing. So it was literally right as the interrogation is done, Gray would bow his head down and say a quick prayer to the Gray Lady, and then he's going to raise his hand and 3 scorching ray blasts to the person. Just
There you go.
end
Now
him
you're being
right there.
a Davi. A Davi. See, he's being Nasan. Nasan left, and Nasan was always that guy. He doesn't resist, so you don't even need to make an attack roll.
As I
because,
see
like,
him
he's
start
restrained.
to cast a spell, I just get up and walk away. I don't even need to see the outcome. I'm just like, I know this group already. They're murder hobos.
Yep. As they see you start to raise your hand against him, the spell breaks for just a moment, and a look of surprise crosses his face. He goes, no, no, no! And instantaneously, he's just reduced to ash from, like, the shoulders up. And now you've just got, like, this scorched body hanging from one of the pillars.
At
as
least
this-
Gray kills them after the interrogation instead of before.
That's true. That's true.
Certainly an upgrade.
I'm gonna clap. I clap Mormon on the shoulders, and I go, "Oh, I'm proud of you, Mormon.
What for?
You didn't even ask him where all of Adbur's money went. You've turned a new corner. I like the sight of you."
Oh.
Out of character, I was tempted.
By the way, Deoric, if you didn't know, Adbura had this massive chest of just war chest, huge war chest.
Yeah, he has government funding.
Yeah, platinum
Oh.
pieces and everything.
Oh. Okay, well, I think the church needs to, I'm just saying, like collect their tithe from
Taxation.
Yeah, no. So, after that all happens, I will go over and cut the ropes that bind him to let him go. There's no reason for me to leave a charred corpse in here for some
Did
poor
you
farmer's
damage
wife
one
to
of her
find.
chairs?
No, I mean, he wasn't moving. I imagine it was a pretty simple and just, ended him. And I don't want to burn the goddamn barn down or anything. And then, remove his corpse, and I will bring it to the opposite side of the field of where whatchamacallit was, where the my sister was buried, and, kind of like dispose of him.
Okay. Everybody else, what did you want to
Wait,
do now?
Gray's Mary Shelby's...
Well, no, brother. Just like you're my brother, even though you're just a dirty little goblin. So,
Faith yourself.
To be fair, I am currently covered in moldy cabbage, hay, and excrement. I go inside.
Hence, dirty little goblin.
I go inside and I ask very nicely if I can have a bath and go to sleep.
Of course. All the things you need. There's a well outside. Everything should be in order. Feel free. I would think I would need new sheets if you were to sleep on them. I don't know if you've seen the state of yourself.
I would rather not. Prison breaks are apparently messy work.
I go outside and I take off my armor and I spend some time cleaning out the cart of all the cabbage because that's just gonna rot.
Okay.
I jump into some water that I get out from the well, wash off, and go to bed.
All right. Everybody else, are you going to do something similar?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't
everybody
think I
heads
need to clean myself. I think I'm smelling pretty randy.
Yes, you don't have to clean yourself. You just bless yourself. You're good to go.
Yeah.
Just take that morning blessing. You don't need a shower. You're fine.
I'm covered in love. Okay,
There
I'm
you go.
covered in love.
He
That
says
sense
bits
of
of
love.
prisoner drip off you.
It's love.
No, it was searing, man. It was searing. It was a cauterized blow. There was not. It's just.
I don't
you
know
might have
if
some
you
ashes
hit him
on him.
if you heat him up quickly enough, his internals, because it's a big sack of water, will expand so quickly that the outer shell just bursts.
It's searing ray, not a microwave.
Listen, if
It's
it makes you feel any better, I will touch some of the charred areas and do the football stripes underneath my eyes with the ashes on. Does that
To be fair, the Gray
called
Lady does like that
blackout.
kind of Ash Wednesday stuff.
there you go.
it would
There you
fit.
go. The Nomine Patre, right? Huh?
Yep.
Nomine Patre. But yeah, crash for the night. Unless there's anything that needs to be done. Say my prayers, go to sleep.
Okay. And so you all go to sleep. The next morning, you all start to smell. Something smells delicious as you're waking. You're actually woken up by a smell of something that doesn't contain cabbage.
If that's the case, then I am up, and whether or not I have fully managed to find my clothes, I am in the kitchen.
Okay. So you work your way out of the little sleeping area in the house, and as you walk into the kitchen, you find that Asha has apparently gotten up early and has prepared a ridiculous spread. You would know. Give me a history check, everybody.
That's a button? It is a button.
Yeah.
Why can't I roll I can't roll double digits to save my life? What the bloody hell?
It's
Oh.
okay, man. It's okay.
I'm
You'll
with you
bounce
there.
back.
A 9.
I got a
Mormon-
16.
Mormon
Jeez.
and Adavi, you recall that a large part of Turabi culture is taking care of one's guests over and above the top. In fact, if they don't go to every extent to make you comfortable and have a pleasant experience in their home, it's seen as tremendously disrespectful. That's the way that you treat somebody that's not a friend. And so for her to go and do this, it means that she counts you as an ally. There's nothing shifty or shady going on. Culturally, this is a really, really big deal.
Is anything
Now I know
expected
why
of us in
Davi
return
was-
traditionally?
What's that?
Is anything expected of us in return traditionally, like a particular method of thanks?
Don't
No,
burn the bars
Just
down.
expected
And
to
we
Oh
don't
yeah,
enjoy
do
and
don't,
not
don't set
argue.
them on fire. That's a good
Yeah.
start.
Stop murdering people in my goddamn barn.
Listen, I'm just saying, I remember earlier Adavi really pushing for us to come to this barn, this farm. He was really pushing for it, and now I know why. I get it.
He's got a food sense. It's like Spider-Man, but with
Yeah.
bacon.
Bacon sense.
There is
My
bacon
sense is
nearby.
tingling. My chimichanga sense.
At which point he angles his guiding light cantrip and then projects the bacon symbol onto the clouds.
That's okay. I make sure I come to breakfast with my prayer book, and I'll stand at the end of the table, opening the book and beginning to bless the meal.
As you do
I-
that, Asha says, thank you. I appreciate that. Please, all of you, make yourselves welcome. My table is open. Food is already out, so help yourselves, please.
It's so
Um,
tempting to cast suggestion on Adavi and say you're not hungry. So tempting. So tempting.
I'm already chowing.
I wouldn't
I'm
do
already
it. I
shocked.
need to keep my spells.
You sit
Oh,
down.
that's why you would do it.
Yeah,
All
I'm
your
not
wounds
Catholic
are-
as well.
All your spells are back. And then as you sit down at the table, you find that there's just a wealth of flatbreads and some kind of onion vegetable that's been rendered down into kind of like a paste that you can put on the food. There's butter, there's bacon. I mean, this is probably the best spread that you've had in a while.
Lots of flavor means much more easily able to disguise the taste of poisons and disease. Definitely casting that spell. Okay. I'm not worried about iocane powder. I'm worried about everything else.
See, in my point of view, lots of flavor means you put that shit on that bread and you just everything, the onions, the butter, everything goes on there.
When I see it all, my face lights up and I go to dig in and then oh crap, he's doing the thing again, and I sit there and wait while he does the ritual.
I just wave my hand at him and I just nod to Mormon like he should eat.
Oh, how does the lady of the house and I keep saying his name wrong. I keep having to look at the what is it?
Even Tarab is the owner of the house, and his wife is Asha.
Adbra.
Yeah, no, I meant the Adabaro. So
Adbra, yeah.
I
pick up one of the tiny bread rolls, a tiny bread roll on the table, and I put it on my plate, and then I wait cautiously. This is for scale because I'm a goblin. This is a tiny bread roll, and I wait for the prayer to be finished. Oh, sorry, it's more like there we go. That's more like the scale.
There you go.
You gotta get it closer to the camera, yeah. You don't see Adbaro anywhere. He's not in here.
Okay.
Asha sees you all looking around. Says, "Your friend, Adbaro, my friend as well. He never came in last night. Perhaps someone should go and check on him."
I mean, after the prayer's over and the meal's blessed, I will grab like a piece of bread or something to make sure that my stomach isn't rumbling, and I will look for him while eating. I won't sit around the table and enjoy a meal if a man of the faith is potentially in trouble.
Great. Mormon knows him slightly better. Maybe Mormon, do you want to check on him?
Well, if that was mentioned and he's still doing the ritual, I'm like, well, I'm not eating, so.
I cast guidance on Mormon.
But I don't say that. I just think that, and I go, I'll go talk to him and see how he is.
Better. Nice I like it.
Mormon, you are guidance for +4 on your next check.
Very nice.
All right.
So you go outside and give me a perception check.
All right.
Nice.
17.
Wow, 21. Sweet.
You see the huddled form of Adbaro still over by where Mary Shelby was buried. He's not moving though.
I'll go a little closer. I'll not shout him or poke him or anything. I'll just go stand by him and see how he is. Respectful distance and all that.
He appears to be sleeping.
He's a zombie.
You should give him the guy grunt.
No, you've got to talk to him in guy. Did you see that ludicrous display last night?
Oi, mate.
So it just looks like where he was stood, he just sort of crouched down and went to sleep.
Yeah, it looks like he just fell asleep where he sat down.
I step a little closer, say, Lieutenant?
Yeah, sorry, what?
I just thought I'd tell you breakfast is served. Hope you've been alright out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in a moment. With that, he starts to stir and stand up. Before he does, he kind of pats the earth in front of him, stands up and starts to head inside, although he stops for a moment at a water barrel that's along the side of the house and kind of runs water over his hands and starts, just doing general grooming, running over his face and waking himself up. Thank you.
Someone didn't sleep last night.
I'll make my way back in.
Okay.
When I see that he's on his way.
After a few minutes, he does come in and join the table. Right around the time your homily is concluding, Gray. He's got good timing.
And how did the other two, the Lord and Lady of the House, how did they react to the prayer?
She doesn't say anything. If you want to give me an insight check.
It's a good woman. She knows her place. Just kidding.
Whoa!
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Jesus, Gray.
Reviews do not respect the reviews of this show.
Now we gotta put a little fucking pop-up thingy at the bottom. God damn.
Just bleep.
Beep! And like that, his camera just cuts. Yeah, Gray will no longer be joining us here today. You get the feeling that if she has any qualms with it, if she has any qualms with what you just did, she respectfully waits for you to finish, but she doesn't say anything because that would be insulting to her guest.
I would like to, while this homily is going on, look around, see if I can see any vaguely religious symbols or any iconography that might indicate if she does have a particular god or goddess that she leans towards.
Sure. You do see symbols of Amalek hanging here and there. Essentially small stone-carved shrines that have like the shape of a helmet which has been cracked slightly in half are sitting here and there around the house.
I finished the homily after a great end, so I go,
And also to the husband, although departed, his part is still important, even if he is only the other half of the marriage.
Well, thank you. I'm sure my husband would enjoy your words. Although he's not one for pleasant. He's not one for self-service, I suppose. He'd think it was funny, but please enjoy yourselves. And with that, she takes a seat down along the side, and you notice that there's actually a chair that's been left empty along one side. She has set a place for it, but there's no food on it or anything like that.
okay. I'm gonna dig in. I'm hungry.
Sure.
As soon as we can.
Everybody dives in, and frankly, it's one of the best meals you've had in a while. Since you've arrived here, before then you were on a boat eating hardtack and like oranges for months at a time. Arriving on the island, you were in an area where there's a quarantine and not a whole lot of supplies, and so you've been mostly limited to onion soup and cabbage-related objects.
Hey, that onion soup was amazing.
You had a pretty decent meal when you were with the druids, but this one takes the cake. Like, this is...
It's
like
cake.
being back... There's no cake, but there is kind of a cornbread there, where it's definitely sweeter.
I just got some honey cornbread downstairs in the kitchen, by the way. It's good stuff.
Bread. My family's Southern. That shit's like part of every meal. You gotta have the cornbread.
Fair enough.
And you gotta have some kind of either chili or like soup with it, so you can take the cornbread and you can sweep up the remains after you finish your bowl. It's just required. You have to. So, I noticed the man in the back of the cart isn't in here, and there's a new grave out there by Mary's. I assume your conversation...
Very far from Mary's. Very far, just to be clear. Sorry.
Okay.
No, sorry. I interrupted you. Sorry. I will just grunt to that, like an acknowledgement to what she said.
Before Eben left, he didn't seem worried. He's not the sort to be worried. But he did seem to move with... Well, he moved quickly, as though there was something that needed to be done. She addresses Adborough with this. I assumed that you told him something, since he mentioned that you had asked a favor of him. Would it be out of place if I were to ask what that was? He is my husband, after all, and he is retired. Adborough sitting down and starting to, butter up one of the flatbreads. Yeah, well, we're among friends here, so I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. If what they've told me is true, there appears to be some sort of army amassing underneath the earth. And I know it sounds foolish and strange, but I assume what they said was true, and I don't have the pull of the clout to take that news back to the capital. If
I make a minor illusion of a very small hole with lots and lots of little Kizrathi crawling out of it.
Oh my.
And this banana scale.
If I in my position were to go there and to relay the message, they wouldn't listen. They are hard taxed with other problems in the west of the island. The best way to reinforce the city was to make sure that there was a garrison here, and not a garrison of militiamen and farm boys that I've plucked from the fields out there. Real hardened fighters that know what they're doing.
Where would you find real hardened fighters at the moment?
The armies in Langenfeld are the only ones that we have. I mean, the armies of the Scions are there. They've got quite the retinue. Unfortunately, they just can't police everything. So I sent him up there, and hopefully he'll send a detachment down this way. Listening to Ibn Turab, he looks at Asha for a moment before he says anything. Well, Ibn Turab's an important individual up there, even though he's retired now. A small smile comes to the corner of his mouth. They'll listen to him and not to me. So I apologize for depriving you of your husband for several weeks, but it was the only way I could see out of Woodley's problems.
Well, we got that detachment coming, and
Where'd you come by that information?
bases. Well, I've got me sources. Anyway, and then we take back the town, we liberate the peoples, we take any of the other peoples who wants to join up, and we make them into militias, and then we go to the Teeth and clear out the Kisrathi.
It's a possibility. I worry about Redfern, however. He is not himself right now. He got a different look in his eye than I've ever seen before. His mannerisms are slightly different, too.
Do you have a greater restoration spell?
There was some cross fancy magics like that. That's a real, I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find out in the mainland in one of the largest cities. You'd have to pay pretty well for it. Out here, it's a tad provincial, unfortunately.
So what you're saying is we have to kill him?
Well, I don't even know if that'd be an option. The townsfolk are mostly on his side at this point. And it's important to remember that he is a magistrate as ordained by the church. His family has run that place for a long time. My order is also of the church. So my assumption is that when the officials arrive here, having heard my news, there will be some discussion as to how this whole thing's going to transpire. He won't have the manpower to resist, but seeing how he accorded himself with my men, I'd be damned if I think he won't at least put up a little bit of fight.
So what do you think the chances are we're actually going to be able to impeach him? Because he sounds
that's
like he's got quite the entire town on his side.
Yeah. No doubt right now he's trying to come up with a way that fire will draw even more to his side. I have my assumptions. He's managed to turn everything I've done against me and just make me look like a fool the whole time, along with anybody else that gets in his way.
While this is all going on, I'm making sure that I eat everything on the table except the very last bread, so that I'm not the last person to pick the last bread. Someone else can have to do that.
Very courteous of you.
I would like to sleight of hand something off of Adavi's plate.
While you guys are talking about the what it is that the fire and everything that happens, I'll actually chime in and be like,
That's caused quite the distraction. The day after the fires, they're going to have their hands full. They're going to need check the damage, see what was destroyed, have injured on their hands to take care of. If you want to have a time to strike, if we are not waiting for the rest of the force, now is that time. We could probably get back in that city without anybody noticing us.
What's the plan? Do we take Redfern out?
What did you get from your friend out in the barn? I saw you take him in there last night. He give you any useful tidbits?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Out of character there, I assume that we would have gone through like a plethora of questions about their setup, their food, their numbers, their timings for all the different guard changes on posts and stuff, things like that. So
and
I just
we
assume
had
that's going to be
write it down
stuff.
so that it's not down to the memory.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mormon,
Now we
I
just
see you
have
wrote
to
it in
rely
common, not dwarf.
somewhere.
I
Because you
wrote
guys...
it in common, yeah.
it's okay. I can read dwarf too, so no.
We're good.
I can read you like a book, dwarf.
Because it would be
Well,
funny
I
if
mean-
Mormon died, we had all these notes, we were like, and shit.
You gotta find Halsgard. He's somewhere north of Woodley, which is everything.
Yeah, that's no help. It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
Okay, so we tactically infiltrate Woodley again with more cabbages. Or
I think I'm done with cabbages.
Not cabbages
Somehow.
again.
I haven't eaten a single cabbage so far, so I actually wouldn't mind.
There's an
Just
entire
saying.
pile
We
outside. I
never ate that many, we just were under them for ages.
I wasn't. And then we go find Redfern, we investigate his house, which will probably mean killing him. Because he's in the house and we can't cure him.
I'm not
But
so sure.
Technically, we'd be overthrowing a democratically elected magistrate.
It's not elected. It's appointed. appointed by the church, and there are many in our church that are idiots. And it seems as though the ones that appointed him from a place of misinformation.
Okay.
Originally, he was a good man.
Gray. Yeah, as Mormon says, when we first met him, he was quite the nice man. Something changed. Something changed.
But we don't
Before
have
or
to wait
after he was elected.
After. Very recent.
Someone.
Well, that's why I'd
went
like
into
to
his
take him
room.
alive if possible.
Well, how are we going to kill him? We don't really way to kill him, do we?
Well, maybe once we defeat the necromancers, whatever they've done to him will disappear if it is them that have done it.
Okay, so we'd have to kidnap him, get him out of the city.
This plan is getting a little too complicated now. Where are the necromancers?
Underground.
As a
Maybe.
point
Yeah,
on my race. I
Do
don't
we know
you
where? Do you know where underground?
Original tunnel for locating them caved in, but it would seem that going through the teeth is the answer, though that would probably be guarded.
Or Halsgard's mine.
If I might interject for a moment, going directly at Redfern might be ill-advised. I assumed that he was just a fat man in a nice robe. He kind of eyes Adavi for a moment. But
I smile.
he dispatched Mary Shelby, and I've known her for a long time. She was a support mage for my entire regiment when we were in the north back on the mainland. She ain't no slouch when it comes to a little bit of spellcasting.
That was great.
Dispatched personally, I ask.
He nods. Yeah, from what the other prisoners said. He took her clean. I never known Redfern to have a physical bone in his body, and so it seems a little strange.
That's not going to
Wait,
be like
you-
some controlling magic. That's like they've replaced him entirely.
You're telling me some of the prisoners that we were with last night personally witnessed this battle?
Yep.
We need to get a little bit more information about this bastard.
Adbert, did you see it?
Nah, they took me in my home while I was sleeping.
Okay, what did the people tell you? Like, did he fight with magics, or did he fight with, like, stabbings, or...
They said he was pretty quick with a knife blade, and that he was using some kind of illusions to mask his attacks. And it took Shelby by surprise. She thought she was just dealing with a normal combatant,
some
and she
sort of
held back a
magical
little bit.
assassin?
That's what cost her.
Okay, so they've replaced him entirely, in which case it's fine to kill him, because he's a bad guy. But how do we... Going at him, he sounds powerful. What's our other choice? We get all the druids and we go for them now, or we wait? We could go to Halsgard's mine if we could find Halsgard.
It seemed possible.
I feel we should wait. Wait until the reinforcements arrive from Langenfeld.
Do I have any idea how long that might take, as opposed to, like, to say a guess?
Your best guess would probably be a week to a week and a half. It'll be a little while. And that's a good clip. That's if they were able to kind of rally everybody and get them centralized quickly without any problems.
A week to a week and a half, they can certainly change. Like, I imagine everybody thinks of this. They would certainly be able to shore themselves up. There would be no more confusion. There would be no more, if he had any loose grip on the city anywhere, that would be a lot more clean now. And as you had said, it's very likely that he would have kind of strengthened his hold, and just the fact that the fires and so many people are casting spells, and obviously we're bad if we're casting spells and there was fire and stuff. So, more or less just trying to kind of convey that. I honestly think that sooner is better than later. It's either go straight for the necromancers or it's go straight at the city. Because this is a moment where we have them on their heels. If we wait, they can be, sure-footed, well-guarded.
They have several places. Now, we don't know exactly where they are. They've got the people in the teeth. They've got something to do with Halsgard's mine, which is somehow involved.
It's possible that Halsgard went back there. I know that he was headed off to the north, as far as you've all been saying. He had his disagreements with his family members up there. But if they ran him out of the town, that'd be the only place he'd go, was back to his mine, assuming he made it out.
If we hit one of those locations, we could find evidence that maybe implicates Redfern.
And that way we'd have evidence about Redfern, which could turn the town against him. And then if we went and put ourselves back in the town, we could turn the town against him with the evidence. Other problem is, if we wait for the army and then we just attack, lots of the town gets destroyed, and bad guys basically win anyway.
You
and
also
even if we
recall...
do take the town, the Kizrathi could just charge in and take us out
While we're engaged,
before
yeah.
the reinforcements can arrive.
you recall you also have the notes that you got from the church, Gray, by the way, in case you had forgotten that.
That's right. I actually did forget because I intended, but because there's so much that happened because you guys acted too soon. So it's funny. Lady Gray whispers a reminder to me, and with that, I'll actually, ding, be like, I just recalled something. I need to get something from my pack upstairs or wherever my room is, and I'll go and retrieve it and give it to Dax.
Oh, okay.
Dax, you'll see that it was not assuming it was sealed in any way. It was never opened. It was the stuff that I pulled out from under the statue. It was never opened or anything.
Okay, so you find a small scrap of paper.
And a book.
And a book. The scrap of paper has a very simple message written on it. It says, Roman numeral 3, Laban, page 405.
I flicked to that page in the book.
It's nothing out of the ordinary on that page in the book, and in fact, there's nothing that seems to indicate that it was written or has any of the random characteristics of that. If you wanted to give me, does anyone have proficiency in history, is what I'll use.
Yep.
Me.
Go ahead, both of you, please, and make rolls.
Oh, come on! Are you kidding me right now?
Every
I
time...
just want to do something useful. Once. Just one time.
That would be
Every
6 on
time the
Gray
two of
and a
us
19
roll,
on
Gray
Mormon.
always does terribly, and I always do pretty decent.
You know what? I think that we need to switch. You want to log out and give me your password, and we'll just...
He'll be Mormon from now on. He's already got the beard.
It has
Hack the
nothing to
dice,
do
that's
with
what's
that,
happening.
okay? It's all about the location right here on this stream, okay? It's which box you're in this window. You're in the shit box right now. That's just how it goes.
Oh, yep. It's so I can stare at it. It's one of those. What is it? If I look this way, I can just stare at that terrible number.
Mormon, you recall that is an illusionist reference text that Mary had showed you. She had a full volume of them and was, in fact, quite proud of them in her office. There were 5 of them, and it seems to be indicating that it's the 3rd volume, written by a man named Laban.
I really like much. She showed me this before. It's and then run through what I know about it.
It's an illusion book, and this is the 3rd Laban. And page... But I'm on the page. There isn't anything to... I read the page.
This book appears to be some kind of notebook of a sort. As you're going through, give me an Arcana check, please.
I will guidance. Because why not? That would be an 8. It's a book
With an 8, all you can tell...
about magic.
Yeah, it's a book that she apparently used for notations about her magic.
This is a book she used for notations about her magic. It's very high level stuff. Only us arcane practitioners know. But Mormon, since you are entering the realm of the arcane practitioner, I may be able to let you have a look.
Slide book across.
Can I make an Arcana check?
Also, before I
may do
forget, by the
so.
way, I'd like to make...
Oh, it was nearly 19.
I'll roll another one. I was going to give
11.
you advantage, but I was busy drinking tea.
Okay.
Because you have endless time right now to look at it, so... I didn't even want
11 and
guidance
10.
that.
I'm just going to lift a brow.
No,
I
didn't want...
I
can
also
only guidance
specifically...
defined.
I do not offer to look at this book as an arcane practitioner either, because I am not one.
No, totally.
Totally not.
Mormon, as you go through, yeah, there are diagrams and things here. The notation is a little bit over your head, seeing as your magical education only began a week and a half ago. But you're familiar with the stuff that you've seen in books like this, so you know what it is. These are diagrams depicting various rituals and magics and whatnot, and one of the pages has a sketch of the Black Hound on it. It appears to be also talking about the usage of downleaf, an alabaster vessel, and whatever the other thing I had you pick up was, whatever the other MacGuffin was.
Black Pearl.
Black pearls.
The Black Pearl. It actually has specific directions as to how to do that ritual. You don't think you could perform it with that Arcana check, but you get the feeling that maybe this is the culmination of her notes that she was compiling while you were all out doing your thing.
As I'm looking through, I go, wait, look. And then I tap on the picture. This must be the ritual, the one that she told us she was going to do.
See? I knew you'd get it. You've been learning very well.
Well, when he's talking about doing a ritual and whatnot from, again, this is came from underneath the church. Do you mind if I roll now? If I can take it and look at
Go
it?
for it.
Awesome. Since
Here
it
comes
wasn't
the 5.
specifically an arcane caster being asked.
Here it comes.
9!
I mean,
All right, guys, it was fun.
Adavi,
Do you want to lend your aid to Mormon? He is, I see he's having a bit of trouble with that book.
I gave Mormon an advantage, so you can have an advantage too, just because like you guys have, it's not on a time period. Like you can do whatever you can have endless time to look at it.
We spend the entire day looking at the book, trying to figure it out. Natural
Lord.
1. Adavi sets fire to the book.
The book
not
bursts
me.
into flames
That's
as you
Ray.
open it. You open it and just boom, shit.
that wasn't me, EE.
Okay.
It just luckily I knew that was going to happen as well. The moment you were like, "Yeah, you get advantage," I'm like, "I bet I know what this second roll is going to be."
So
Just to spite you.
As this little goblin's suggesting that I take a look at the book, I mean, it sounds interesting, but I mean, there's one little bread roll left, and I just start pointing at it and looking at the Dax, lifting my brows.
Very well, Adavi. I guess I'll have it then.
And I push the book off the table.
Thud to the floor.
You gotta play nice, Goblin.
I pick up my plate. I put the bread roll on my plate. I get up from my seat. I turn my back on him, go around the chair, and present him with the bread roll. However, as I do so, I would like to tuck the bread roll up my sleeve and minor illusion of bread roll on the plate.
Okay, so sleight of hand first. Adavi, I need perception.
Oh,
This is going to be all natural 20s now.
Yeah.
Like when we're being murdered by zombies, it's
14.
like all ones.
You don't
Perception
see it.
2.
You manage to pull it off. And as you whisper the words of the spell, a shimmering illusion of bread shows up on the plate.
All right, I'll reach back over and pick up the book again. Take a look at this book.
Okay. Arcana check with advantage, please.
Let's do it.
I would like to sit down opposite Adavi now.
All right, 16.
With a 16, you're able to decipher pretty rapidly the steps that would need to go into play in order for this to work. Now, you don't do this out of any like scientific knowledge of the way the magic works. It's just inherently, you've got a pretty good idea how this might function with the magic that flows through your veins. And so sitting it down, this is indeed the ritual that Mary Shelby was preparing in order to make the Black Hound corporeal and actually huntable. And you think you could reproduce it. All you need is an alabaster vessel.
As Adavi looks up from studying the book, he sees me.
Do I happen to have a pen or a pencil or something I could use, a writing implement of some kind?
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna in the borders of the page here, I'm gonna draw a little goblin with a big piece of armor on his chest that's way too big for him, and a silly hat and a little shield, little buckler shield, and I'm gonna draw a line from the Black Hound over to the goblin with a big arrow pointing to the goblin. I'm going to start circling that. And I'm like, okay, so yeah, this ritual's going to work. I think we can do this. You're going to become the Black Hound, Dax. Does that sound good?
Insight check.
Sound good? See, you went to Mormon before because we didn't have a vessel to store it in, but now we have a vessel. You're perfect for this.
I love how most of the rolls that we do are between the two of you. It's just like almost all the rolls are just the two of you. Like
It's all
"No, I'm gonna
PvP.
screw you this time.
Davi, deception check, please, to see if he figures out that you're messing with him.
All right, come on. Don't fail me now, Charisma.
He's
16.
definitely... You can't tell, Dax. You can't tell. He's serious.
Bread roll in my mouth. It's gone. It's gone. But it went up your sleeve. Can I taste your like goblin sweat?
I have eaten like half the bread roll already.
I don't care if you've eaten some of it. I just don't want
Used to
your
eating
like,
his
sweat.
pocket beef anyway. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
That's true. Pocket beef doesn't mean it's actually in his pocket, does it?
No comment. By the way, I would like to make a quick history check to see, effectively, if the magistrate appointed by Amaleth's church killed the priestess of a temple of the Grey Lady, if there would be any precedent for a war of faith or any sort of interfaith action to take him out from the Grey Lady side.
You don't even need to roll for that. That would depend on whether or not she was performing necromancy with a book inside the church.
Do you speak about this at all to like inspire me to also think of that same thing?
Yeah,
or no?
yeah, sure. I'll mention like the theory behind it. In fact, like the basis out of character, because in character it'll take a little while to explain. The idea being that we would then have a legal leg to stand on to remove him, and we can just say she was set up, and it doesn't matter because it'll be a he said she said kind of thing.
Okay.
Oh wow, 22 on the religion.
Yeah, I'm gonna bless myself as I go and ponder my faith. I'll ask for her grace, and then sorry, get blessed. My apologies. Guidance myself, and I actually rolled well. Woo! Yeah!
Congratulations.
I know my own faith. I literally do nothing else. But
the thing is, though,
faith.
you're gonna burn all your good rolls on these when it doesn't really matter that much, and then you're gonna get into combat and be like, oh, you're dead.
No, that said, he's sucking generally at non-combat. When we see him in combat god.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He might be amazing.
Yeah.
So as I'm pointing through the notebook and chowing on what's left of this goblin saliva-soaked bread roll, am I able to decipher like which goodies we need for each step? Like, when does the alabaster vessel come in? Like, do we need that yet?
That is a really, really important part. That's actually like one of the final steps.
Mrs. Tarabi, do you have an alabaster vessel?
I'm afraid not. This island doesn't really bear that. Although, didn't Adborough, didn't you? He goes, yeah, I see what you're implying. Before the mine got shut down, that Halsgard and his family were working at,
They hit
an alabaster vein.
There we go.
And so,
then either we missed
Stoneweaver
something,
over there.
Either we missed something at Halsgard's house, or we need to go to that mine.
You didn't see any alabaster vessels in his house, strangely enough, or anything made out of alabaster. Adborough continues. That was one of the things when he came into town. They were excited because they saw mercantile opportunities there. There should be plenty of alabaster at that mine, although shortly after they found it, they shut down.
Do we have to like get the alabaster out and then like put it on like a potter's wheel or something and have one of those moments from it's a very famous play that I saw called Ghost, where he sings
Mr. Stoneweaver, you think you could handle something like that?
Out of character, I don't know how alabaster works, but I assumed that it was a stone that you would carve.
It's
like a soft stone.
It's like marble, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, it doesn't quite work like that, but I could definitely make a vessel.
I'm sure Adavi would help you as much as possible.
If you want to rub his shoulders while he's doing it, I'm sure he would appreciate that. He would be inspired. That's what you do, right? Inspire us.
Yeah, like I can just imagine the scene now.
It's got Mormon, he's chiseling away, and you're rubbing his shoulders.
I think I'll be fine at doing it on my own. I think it won't need any help there. No, not a problem.
You crazy carver.
Oh, come on, my mustache doesn't look like that.
Yeah, Mormon, as a stoneweaver, and having the proficiency in stone carving, an advantage, in fact, in all things stone carving, this would be child's play to you. Like, you've carved fantastic reliefs on the sides of dwarvish buildings. Like, you've done amazing things with regards to stonework. This is simple.
See, I don't think I'll need any inspiring. I think I can do that.
But his little fingers are so tender and getting all the right spots.
Getting into the mine
his
will
abilities
be the
with his little
difficult
fingers
part.
like that. You got to pay him.
Okay, we need to find Halsgard, get into his mine, mine some alabaster. I feel like this is a fetch quest. And then do the ritual to kill the Black Hound. Why do we want to kill the Black Hound? What is the problem? Why? What? Oh dear. How will this help us?
It was terrorizing people. He killed me, sort of, at one point.
But
yeah, you were
occasionally killing the odd one person versus terrorizing the entire town of tyranny, and also emergency because he's working for necromancers and we've got an army on the way. I mean, you know, pros and cons.
Yeah, but you got to understand, this is our level 1 mission. This was the very first mission we were given on this island, okay? It was the start of our quest. We have to do this level 1 mission, even if it has no relation to the overall plot. We got to do it.
I don't understand your terminology. Is this from, like, the Southlands? I'm a northerner. We don't understand this.
Wow.
It'll all make sense someday, I promise.
So not cool.
Well, it seems sort of dead.
It would be nice to sort this out, but even I admit that the priority is dealing with the situation in Woodley.
To be fair, maybe
it would be good to find Hellsguard anyway.
I'm glad this conversation has been dragging on for so long. I imagine the armies will be arriving any moment now.
How long a travel is it from here to Hellsguard's mine? Do we know, roughly?
Should be about a day or two.
Out of character, is it Deep Brow Mine that was full of Kizrathi?
It's Deep Brow Mine, yes.
Okay, because I got confused and was like, why would we want to go down there? We die. But okay, that's fine.
Oh, it's one and the same. Hallsguard and Deep Brow work at the same place.
Yeah.
Oh, so it is the mine full of zombies and evil.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Well, in that
a
case,
little
I'll add on
alabaster.
that, like, I don't know if we're going to be able to get our hands on the alabaster until we've dealt with this whole thing anyway.
Okay.
We got into there once, but they're probably keeping more of an eye on their doors now after that.
We can go for a different door. So, right, we hit the mine, we look for necromancers and any connection they have to the town, and especially to Redfern, or any weakness he has.
And we get alabaster.
And we get alabaster, we hit up Hellsguard, we ask him if he's got any stuff to help us take back the town, because he might have, you know, his doomsday stockpile somewhere. And then we kill the Hound as a side quest, effectively, because we've done everything else, we might as well kill the Hound, right? And then
The Hound wasn't real.
I hear his drops are amazing.
we go back to Woodley and plan more.
Well, the issue with the first part of that is that I feel like if we go into the mine, we'll be killed by thousands of Kizrathi.
Well, you have no confidence in your fighting ability. In that first mine, you fought valiantly.
Yeah, but thousands of Kizrathi. We know they're awake now. We've seen them in action against the druids. Last time we went there, they were mostly still asleep.
We drew them off. We can drive them off again.
If they attack us, they're limited by the narrow caverns and the small corridors. We just blow up a corridor and collapse it. Fine.
If you think that's doable.
Is there such a thing as mining explosives in this universe?
Yes.
Like black powder or something, right?
Yes.
Do they have nitroglycerin? Because that was effectively the next mining explosive.
Mormon,
Incredibly
you would know
volatile.
that. Mormon, you would know that dwarves have explosives that they use to knock things out, although that's considered kind of the easy human way to do it. In general, it's more of a concession to the humans that live outside the hills of Graustein. They like to work quickly. Dwarves like to move slowly but effectively and dig like wonderful mines that are like artistically crafted. So, you know, dwarves have them. They've invented them, but it was kind of a concession to the human miners. But they do exist.
Mormon, you're saying these things exist? Why don't we get all of Hellsguard's supply, because he's not using his mine anymore, he's retired, and chuck it down the Kizrathi well?
Not a bad idea if they're still in that well.
And then we fucking lug it, because that is going to be noisy.
I don't know if we're going to be getting that close to the well.
If we don't, we just blow up a corridor and leave and collapse the corridor so they can't follow us.
Sounds fine to me. Although I do recall the last time we emerged from the cave, there were Kizrathi spilling out from a different opening at that time. But we can at least cover our tracks.
Sounds like a good plan.
I'm still concerned about making any sort of actions until the army arrives here, though it will take them a while.
By the time the army arrives here, that will give us our enemies a week and a half minimum to plan. It will allow them to get their hold on the town and prepare for siege. They will defend it, then lots of people will die. Even if we do take the town, problems will occur. And also, when people get here in charge of an army, they'll probably tell us what to do and won't like us fixing things.
Fair
Aside
enough.
from that last part, I agree on everything you just said.
There we go. I will take that as 100%. So, Hell's Guards?
All right.
Asha, if you don't mind, do you have any food that we could bundle up and travel with?
What was that question? I'm sorry. I was making fun of you guys in chat.
I was asking Asha if she could give us some food for the journey.
Yeah. He said, I'm hungry.
course.
I just ate the entire table.
I wouldn't
I
dream
didn't
otherwise.
eat the table, just what was on it.
It's made out of wood. Isn't that edible?
Yeah.
When are you planning on leaving? I can make the provisions ready. Just give me a target to shoot for.
An hour?
Can you wait too?
We can.
I'm sure we can.
And with that, she hurries about the kitchen, and you see her pulling out like cheesecloth and like other random things that you would bundle up food in. And you see her hurriedly taking the leftovers of the breakfast and getting that all prepped up. And then in addition, she starts preparing some other things too, which look like they might preserve a little bit better on the road. After the
Adbra,
2 hours
do
pass.
you want to come with us, Abra?
No, I don't think that's wise.
You should go to
I'm
the
a tad
druids then.
worried. I'm gonna stay here and keep an eye on Asha. I'm a tad worried that they'll extrapolate that this is where I'll head, and I don't want to leave her by herself in that case.
Can I raise a counterpoint? If you are here and they head here to see if you've came here, wouldn't you being here be kind of a confirmation of that?
Oh, sure. But Asha doesn't strike me as being a proficient liar like you.
Or you go to the druids because the druids don't have anyone from Woodley who's really in a position of command. What they need is someone who could be effectively the Woodley representative in exile, who can represent Woodley and advise about the situation, if they're going to be attacked from Woodley, if Woodley find out they're there. They need someone who can relay information, compare, contrast, and give them advice about Woodley. And if we need to get them to help us in Woodley, at least they will have your expertise on hand.
In other words, you're better off with them.
That too.
Do I
raise a
had
fairly good point.
I came from the capital, and I know I'm a part of like the greater like cause or whatever. I'm actually a forward scout for that army. That all being said, can I leave like a notice with him to give to them, including all the information, the notes that have been taken up until this point?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I will do that. Remember, I've been writing my my notes in Tarabi, just so that if they fell into just a random schmuck's hands that wouldn't carry any, like they most likely wouldn't be able to read it. And I will leave that, and then in common, I'll leave like a note of like, this is blah, blah, blah. I'm sure they already know his name, but I suppose my vouching for his name being actually what his worth is, to kind of like second Dax's point.
Cool. Now with that, the meals are all prepared. Everything's ready to go. She comes out with several bundles of food that look like they'll fit neatly in a backpack.
I would like to look at Gray's handwriting and his little flourishy crest, whatever he puts on to seal his identity on that, and just to double check, I'll be like, yes, that's, I don't understand
Gray,
the
did you hand the books and everything off in secret, or are you just going to slide them across the table? That would be the important part here, because it wasn't specified.
Are you talking about the notes, everything that I give to? I mean, I don't know the lady and the lord of the house of this house. However, Dax seems to be okay with them, and he seems to be the one that's in charge here. So I will do it openly.
Okay. How does that make you guys feel? Dax is apparently in charge. Good lord.
He's the only one here that has any right head on his shoulders.
Well,
the other two, like one just
Gray
eats
has
and the
only
other one's
been
a dwarf.
around when it's been bullshit time, and Dax is a lot of bullshit, so...
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you see his handwriting and everything else on the notes that he's passing across.
I memorize them for later.
Okay. With that, Admiral looks at you as, what's all this then? It's got the seal of the army on it. What is this?
Present that to the army when they get here. They will listen to you.
Certainly, for their eyes only, or is this general? Should I have a look at it?
It is for their eyes. I would suggest you don't chance them.
Sure. Sounds like a plan to me. It's been a while since I carried a dispatch, but you make a good point. I'll head out to the druids this evening. Can you mark? He produces a small map from the bundle that you just gave him since you've been a scout and you've been taking notes. Can you mark where they should be at so I can find them? Or am I tracking them like a deer?
Referring to marking where the army is?
Marking where the druid's camp is, because he doesn't know. He wasn't there for that whole conversation.
Yep. I think I don't know if I knew where the druid's camp was. I know that they do, so maybe they should mark it. Right?
Yeah, we can mark it.
Yep.
Adbra, I'm gonna need your clothes.
He raises an
I
eyebrow.
turn slowly and look at Dex.
Well, I am concerned about Mrs. Turabi here. They might come and check. So I need to fake your death.
There's always deception about when it is that your plans, your ideas. It's always lies. It's always deception.
I know what I'm good at. I need your clothes. I have a cunning plan.
You'll forgive me, but the last cunning plan involved us getting chased down the street with arrows raining down on us and setting half the town on fire.
It worked.
Sure, but what is the intent of you faking my death? Let's hear this rationalized.
Well, you know that body that we now have outside in a shallow, unmarked grave?
Mm-hmm.
We take that body, have Mormon fireballs the face, then we dress it up in your clothes.
Face is gone.
We bury it next to Mary, and we put a little grave marker saying Adbra.
We are not going to bury that filth next to Mary. How dare you even let that shit fall from your mouth?
Just for a moment here. Why would I be dead on Asha's land?
Because we came past, and we were like, give us supplies! And we took loads of supplies in the night and buried them out back.
This seemed like a shaky premise to me.
Well, the alternative is we just take her, and you have to take her to the druids, because she's not going to be safe here, you're right.
Well, if I remove myself from the equation, she should be just fine, correct?
You sure?
That was your original plan.
Well, if they came past and asked her and she lied, and then they were like, you're lying, wouldn't that be a problem?
She turns at this moment, she says, I don't think anyone would bother the wife of even Turab.
Okay, if you're sure, I didn't know what the relationship between you and Woodley was, so...
As long as you're fine with it, Asha. And with that, he kind of stands up and says, I'll make my way over to the druids and, Gray, thank you for this information. I'll pass it on to the commanding officer when he arrives. Well then, until we meet again, thank you for your kind words and helping me bury my dear friend Mary outside. I will hopefully see you all safely returned. We are in rough water right now, but it feels good to know at least there's some kind of plan in front of us, and it brings my heart a great deal of cheer to know there's an army coming. So, Asha, thank you for your hospitality. I will see you, well, I suppose when the army arrives. You take care, okay? And he kind of takes his bundle and steps out the front. Rest of you, how do you want to proceed?
I mean, with that, we thwarted Dax's plan, yes, to put this filth next to. So with that, I'm actually a little aggravated with Dax, and I really won't say anything and just kind of like go and gather my stuff and collect it with a bit more curtness than usual, to prepare to leave. I'm just happy that we're gonna go start killing stuff, evil stuff, necromancers.
All right.
What you telling me that killing some like necro thingy isn't going to make your day a little bit brighter? Come on.
Oh,
Besides, you know there's
the
always
dress of like a child that I haven't worn. Hopefully I'll wear that at some point.
I think you're the only one hoping that you start wearing the dress of a little girl.
Hey, we don't.
Will you be cosplaying?
Oh God! Why did you even suggest it? Why? No, don't even answer. Don't even answer.
I have got a pack of mustaches in the post that I was hopefully going to have tonight for when we were, in the town in disguise. And I was going to be like, my name is James Bard. But now I guess maybe I have to get a dress or something.
I think you might have to. It's cosplay goal, man. Cosplay goal got hit.
Oh God, no.
True story.
He'll be like getting ready for the outfit, like blowing up balloons or something. Oh, I know you said a kid. Okay, thank God. Oh, thank God. That's not so bad.
Yeah, we prepped the stuff to go.
I'm gonna get Oscar hooked up to the cart, pull him back around to Ash's house.
Okay.
Cool. So
I put the breastplates back on Oscar.
Okay, you're all ready to go.
Mm-hmm. So I would go to Mormon when we were separated from the rest of them, and just kind of ask him in general. Just like while we're like getting our stuff together, be like, "What are your thoughts on this Dax?"
He's all right. He gets the job done. His heart's usually in the right place.
Yes. He's a goblin.
Yes, and
I raise an eyebrow at the dwarf.
So many racists.
where I come
To be
from,
fair-
goblins are pretty commonplace. Some people don't like them, but every goblin is a different person.
And where I
To be fair,
come from,
they are used
goblins
as
are
orc
commonplace,
outriders,
too.
so there is the possibility, like, they're sometimes enslaved and used as orcish under armies, basically. Every now and again it happens, so it would make sense if somebody was deeply suspicious of them.
Yeah, Mary Shelley fought against them.
I say, where I come from, goblins are plenty as well. Except, you just swing a little lower.
Generally, I've found that when goblins have been fighting other people, it's not been their choice.
You always have a choice.
I think there's certain limitations, such as chains.
Chains make it so you must act, or chains make it so you can't act.
Either way, that's not the sort of thing Dex does anymore. If he ever did it in the first place. I don't know exactly where he came from, but I know that I've never seen him. You can trust him, okay? Mostly.
Sterling defense there.
When it comes to someone of my faith, I will always give benefit of the doubt. But goblins... And I kind of will leave it at that and go back to finishing what I was doing, like maybe throw my pack over my shoulder and kind of walk out of the room.
I just shrug and carry on with packing.
All right, I'd like to find my way back inside and meet up with Asha if she's not too busy.
Okay. She is cleaning up essentially at this point, clearing away the evidence of guests and whatnot.
I'll give her a hand with that. Did
Okay.
a whole lot of...
Licking the plate.
Well,
Yeah,
only
no,
a
no,
little
this
bit,
sauce.
okay?
This
Only
sauce
a little
on
bit,
that.
okay? Look,
Yep.
you don't know my past, okay?
You
Fuck
don't
you.
own me!
You don't know me!
I'm just saying. I'm just
You're
saying.
not my supervisor!
You're not my real dad.
I'll give her a hand cleaning up the table and moving things around and getting rid of evidence of all the visitors.
Sure.
But I'd like to grab her when she has a moment, and I'm going to put 10 gold pieces in her hand.
Ooh.
I'm going to fold her hands closed. I'm just going to say thank you so much for helping us. We really needed some assistance last night. There's a lot of people in town who are friends of Adbura, and they've either changed along with Redfern or they've fled with us last night. They're going to need help. If you see them come by, or if you know of them and people who used to work with the guard, please be nice with them because they could use some assistance too.
Of course. It sounds like a little bit of kindness is needed right now with everything going on. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed staying.
But of course, you and Eben are people of the highest character.
Well, thank you.
Nice. I like it. I like it.
All right. And so with that, you all load up the cart, and I'm assuming everybody wants to head to the Deep Brow Mine.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Very much so. Yes.
All right. So you head out. The first day.
We have torches and the like, yes? Because I believe most of us
Yes.
can't see in the darkness. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Mhm.
But we also
Thank
have two people who can just cast light whenever you want.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. You had said that earlier. Thank you. Cool.
2 different
'Cause
types
you
of
know.
light, because light's amazing.
Human.
All right. At the end of the first day, you weave your way through the forest, working your way through the hills. You're actually pretty much on the border of it right now. You quickly
Can we
find a
use a
trail.
forced march to try and do like 1.5 days marching?
You can if you would like to.
I'm fine with it. I would definitely press on.
Okay. So as you reach your way into the forest, about 4 to 5 o'clock at night, in the evening anyways, perception checks, please.
Definitely. One of the things that you guys would notice, with or without the perception check, I was literally just looking down for a D20, by the way. I was literally looking for a D20. That's hilarious. So one of the things you guys would notice is as we push the march, as we force it, I wince a lot. I try to hide it, but as like we're climbing over like maybe a bit of rough terrain or a bit of a hike, or it's just like a particular moment where everybody gets like a bit of a stitch in their side, you'll see me like gritting my teeth and holding back, wincing, like something is obviously paining me. And I got a bad.
19, 6, 6, and 7. So Adavi's like, I got everything, and everyone else is like,
Yeah, Adavi's the most useful character of this entire freaking session.
Okay.
So,
Adavi, you hear movement in the brush along the side of the wagon as you're moving.
Okay. Moving with us in the same direction.
Moving towards you. Shadows in the corner of your eyes.
All right, I'm nodding my head. Make sure Dax can see as I'm nodding my head. And I'm going to start walking straight at that, whatever it is.
Okay. You start to
Well-
walk towards whatever you saw, and you said you notified people? You told them what you were doing?
Just Dax, yeah.
Okay.
Do I notice that he's walking off suddenly?
You do. You do. Go ahead and give me a reflex save, please.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Come on.
Reflex save. What do you click for that?
Sorry, dexterity save. Sorry about that.
Got it.
Dexterity save.
It's all good. 8.
All right. You hear
Belly
the
got
sound
away.
of whistling through the air as you move towards whatever it is, and all of a sudden a sharp pain in the side of your right arm bursts out. You take 4 damage, and looking over,
Ouches!
you can see a black arrow sticking out of the side of your arm.
Ah!
Everybody roll for initiative, please. I'm gonna get you all fitted up real fast.
Mm-hmm. There is initiative. Where are you?
I'm so used to like GMing and stuff that I went to the top of the map to look for the map tab, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm not GMing.
Yeah, it was the same
happens.
thing. I was like, I gotta click my mini to. Oh, never mind.
Nat 20!
Oh my
There you
god,
go.
that's amazing.
And then I'll
Did you
add
have
you
a
all
code?
guys to the tracker real fast in a minute.
There we go.
14.
I'll wait for the tracker.
Okay. Let me put you guys on the tracker, and actually, I got to get a token for Gray as well. So you walked off into the forest this way. I'm
I'm
getting you all
basically
set up.
imagining
Feel
like
free to...
Geralt of Rivia.
All right, I'm just like, please let me roll halfway decent, please.
soon
God,
as the fight
walking around with a
starts,
big
you'll be
sword
fine.
on my back, and it's like whiff, whiff, whiff.
Careful, you might roll a 1 and cut off your leg or something.
All right. And so Oscar is not going to be a part of this fight because he's hitched up to the wagon right now.
Oscar's
he's gonna
usually
be-
a part of the fight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
He's like a paladin barbarian cow.
No, I know you said that before, which was
No,
hilarious.
not joking.
But in actual combat,
Dude is
Yeah,
stacked.
Most of the fights we've had
How do you expect
Dax
Dax
and
to be able to
Mormon
use his
ride into
rapier?
combat on the back of Oscar.
Yeah, how do you expect Dax to be able to use his rapier if everyone's like 10 times taller than he is?
I mean, reach up on his tippity toes.
Stab people in the balls.
Or
What was your marching order, please? So that I know who was in what order.
Me and Adavi were investigating.
Yeah, so I guess we're at the front.
I will.
Okay.
Well, were we walking by the cart or were we in the cart?
I was on Oscar until Adavi said.
If we were all on the cart, then I would have been sat in the back.
There was
Okay.
so much cat hair around me right now. Huh.
Let me get... Shit, where is it? I had a token for you. There it is.
Let's say if you can get shit, you can probably still find some behind Dax's ears.
Yeah,
Or
he
in
isn't
them.
washed too well.
Yeah. Dirty goblins.
I need to get prestidigitation, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, the cat hair.
I love it. I love that spell. You send the cat hair flying, and somebody else can sweep it up.
All right. And so, as you look around, you hear Adavi cry out as a bolt impacts with his arm, or an arrow or something comes along. You hear him cry out real fast just, "Ugh!" as he gets hit. He had mentioned that there was something off to the side. Oh no. Why is that not working? Hold on one second. There we go. Roll20 was being weird. You find yourselves gripped in combat as the Kizrathi begin to swarm out of the forest around you. Gray, you've never seen these before.
It's just a
You
black
have
map.
no idea.
I can't see anything.
No, scroll right.
It's
Scroll all the way
there.
to the right.
Oh, okay, there we
Here,
go.
I'll pull you
There you go.
guys over.
There you go.
We
There
can
you
see
go.
the battlefield from the druid circle.
My
Yeah.
cloak is gray. I'm very is purple. I'm very happy about that. I love purple.
Purple's a good color. All right, so let's get people up on the tracker. We'll see what we got going on here.
I rolled a 27, right? Is that what I? Is that? You got a 27.
You've got a... It says you rolled 2.
No, it was 27. It was 27. I saw it. It happened.
That's weird because the tracker says 2 too. Mormon, add you on in here.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I got it.
We've got Adavi was 11.
Derek, if you zoom in really close on Dax, tell me if his shield looks like a Hostess cupcake or not.
I was gonna say I can't. I was gonna highlight it and press Z to make it bigger, but I can't highlight it because. Can you highlight Dax and press Shift Z? Splat.
Yeah, one sec.
Yeah, when you're done being the boss man.
All right, so these guys act on 16. And then these cats act on 14. And then we'll sort that to the top. So we've got a nice little combat in front of us. The Kizrathi begin to rush out of the forest. You wanted me to press Shift Z on Dax?
On Dax, yeah. We have to highlight him, then press it. Bam. Ah. Look at that. Cool.
Yeah, I'd get him a better figurine, but there's not really a whole lot of good goblin figurines on Roll20.
No. I imagine he was an ugly bastard, so. That's why
It
he
looks like
he has to put those disguises on to hide his face.
That 100% looks like he's naked.
Yep. Also appropriate. Yep. I see him
All right,
as being
gents.
a bit of a free baller.
Dax, it is your turn. What do you want to do as they burst out of the forest?
Right, I need to check the wording on a spell.
Okay. Well, I'd skip turns, but the bad guys are going next, so I'll wait on you.
It's okay, I got this.
I pressed it twice. Oops. That was weird.
Okay, so this guy here, who appears to be like a dude with like a staff or something, and the dude next to him who's got a sword, do either of those look like they're like particularly leader type blokes? Are they sort of commanding the others?
You can't tell.
Okay.
They're coming at you like a whirl right now. No orders
Okay.
have been issued, no things made. Gray, as they come out of the forest, because you've never seen them before, you see these creatures with elongate heads, humanoid, but at the same time, somewhat emaciated, almost looking as though there's no liquid underneath their flesh. Their flesh is a gray tone. They have elongate ears that stick out probably about a half a foot behind the back of their heads. As they open their mouths and roar at you, their jaw somewhat unhinges, and fangs, which were laying down backwards, rotate forwards. Every now and again, they click and make kind of a noise.
That's really creepy. That's something of nightmares.
They can't
okay.
see and they hunt by sound, correct? Is what
They
I know from
have
the
one
book.
eyeball in the center of
Okay.
their heads.
Is there any check to know what these are, or no? Just kill it and
No.
figure it out later.
This
Okay,
is
perfect.
a what the fuck moment for you.
Yeah, it really. I will start praying to my lady.
They hunt entirely
can
by
you-
sound, right?
Sure. These ones have eyeballs too, though.
Oh.
Remember how they had like a divot in their head, and as they evolve, you would know this from your medical checks. They have both. As they begin to mature and as they consume
Damn.
more blood, they begin to absorb the. Well, you would know that they begin to absorb the characteristics of whatever they've been eating, taking on. You would know that from the medical book you were going through.
So they can become entirely like human-looking.
Splat, can you make it so we can see Gray's name on the map on his character?
Was that the
it
premise
says-
from like the most recent Star Trek movie? Was that what it was? Like he just kept absorbing one race, so he started transforming into that race or whatever. That was
Have
Star
his
Trek,
name
wasn't
tag.
it?
His name tag is on my screen. I don't know why it's not showing for anybody else.
You haven't got it show for players. You need to click show for players as well. There we go.
Perfect.
Right, okay, in which case I turn to the guys north of us and I go, Gray! Kizrathi, Gray! And looking at the dude with the staff, I'm like, we killed Culver, so which one are you? And I cast Fairy Fire.
Okay.
So in theory, I can cast it as a box that will actually, if I just clip the edge of these two, I can get all three of those at the top.
Nice.
If I just clip the edge of them rather than go for the center.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Can't you start from? Oh.
Yeah, I have to do it like a diagonal so that it just clips the edge rather than going from the centers, which...
No, I agree with you. I thought it did do things from the edge, but it doesn't.
No, sadly not. And then
So
all
that's
three of the
four
ones...
saves or 3 saves.
3 saves. 3 dex, 14 saves.
Left one saves. Middle one suffers. One on the right suffers. So these two have fairy fire on them.
Okay,
Nice.
so, like... I'm gonna go with green, because goblins, why not? Are Kizrathi slightly green, or are they normal flesh-toned?
They've got
gray.
like a bluish gray flesh almost.
I'm gonna go with hot pink, then. So, like, hot pink particles appear in the air and then go... And then outline those two in Fairy Fire. Everyone! Him! And I should move...
Question about it: does that affect melee attacks against them or magic attacks as well?
All
All attacks.
All attack rolls.
Nice.
Adavi, I was setting it up for Scorching Ray for you, just in case that was a thing you wanted to do.
It might be a good idea.
And I'm going to head over to there, behind cover.
It sucks that I'm so far behind everybody. Like initiative wise.
All right. So it is now the archer's turns. This archer right here.
And I'll use my bonus action. Sorry, I didn't. I'll use my bonus action to hide behind that rock.
Okay.
I know that they'll know exactly where I went, but they won't be able to see me until they like come around it, I assume.
Yeah. He's going to fire an arrow at Adavi. Continuing. That's a 21 right there. Adavi, armor class is not 21, is it?
Oh, that's a hit.
Okay.
10 stealth.
I'm not here. You can't see me.
You were struck for another 6 damage as another arrow buries itself in your upper thigh. This archer over here,
Jesus.
this guy, he is going to put an arrow on Mormon. Oop, wrong roll.
You're in the wrong spot there, Mr. Adavi.
He fires. You hear an arrow go zip as it bounces off the shoulder guard of your chainmail. From behind, there is no one else, it looks like. I think those are the only archers. So that's going to bring us to... Oh, the melees are going now, too. It's a tie. I'll let Mormon go first.
All right. So the two that Dax has just pointed at, are they both just normal Kizrathi, or is one of them...
They are the
Anything
larger
else?
variant that you've seen before, where they've started to fill out and become much more muscular. In addition, the smaller ones had the eye that was sealed shut on their foreheads. These ones appear to have an eye that occasionally flicks and blinks open.
All right, so they're both like the same thing. Wait a second, where can I go to? I can go really far, so they can be right there. Hold on. Because I'm working out where I can throw a throwing axe, because I want to throw a throwing axe. Okay, I'm gonna move to here.
Okay.
Just pointing to Dax and say, those ones, all right, and then I start running that way.
All right.
Bonus action, there's suddenly an axe in my hand, and then
Cool.
for an attack, I throw it.
Awesome. Give me an attack roll with advantage, please.
Just
And
don't
this is
hit the
going at this
camera.
guy, or is it going at this guy?
It's going at the guy with the green cape. To
Cool.
him.
All right.
Think. Wait, is that in range?
Yeah.
That's the one. Why can't I press the button? What have I?
I think for
There it
this,
is.
you actually
Got
need
it.
to have a target on
see
the
it?
wall, and you actually have to throw your axe at the target on camera.
Oh man.
24.
That's
24.
my friend. Roll me some damage. Big
Nice.
hit. So as it teleports into your hand, it appears at the top, like the crest of your arm. It goes, whoop, appears, and you throw it almost instantly as you move quickly to Adavi's defense. The axe, you hear go woof, 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 through the air, and with a clink, it buries into his chest, dealing a pretty considerable amount of damage. Not bad. That's going to take us to... You got anything else you want to do on your turn?
And that's everything.
Okay, so it's the melee's turns. This guy right here is going to close with Adavi, because you're closest. There we go. This guy is going to close with you. And this guy is going to work his way down to here and look. He's going to actually use his turn to perceive and see if he can find Dax.
I wave back.
Yeah, as you're sitting there, Dax kind of breathing heavily, you hear... And he looks around the corner slowly as his head comes around.
Where are you little goblins?
That being the case, this guy now that you've been indicated and flagged is going to rush in. This guy is going to go after Gray because he's still standing at attention right there.
Huh? What? There's something happening right now?
He can't quite make it. Oh, no, he can. It's just the diagonals have to be calculated.
There's like a million actions happening while Gray is just going, it's a nice day out here today.
I hate rolling low on initiative. It's like the worst low roll in the game.
This is the spear against Adavi. Adavi, it's a 17.
That's a hit.
Okay.
Oh man, you are not doing well today.
Yeah, it's not a good day. Ooh, 8 damage goes out. As the arrow hits you in the thigh, you look down, and by the time you look up, one of the smaller Kizrathi has closed the gap with you, and you just catch it for a moment as the spear sticks into your side and then juts back out as blood spurts from your robe.
Oh, this shit again.
Adavi takes a lot of hits. I'm always surprised how much Adavi tanks, like, every fight. Like, he just gets hit a lot. It's weird. This one is going to be the purple cape guy going against Mormon with a 2-handed hammer. He comes at you. The thing about a heavy warhammer, though, that you hold with 2 hands is that it telegraphs really hard. And so as he brings it up and over his head and downwards, you just step to the side as it goes, as it hits the earth next to your feet. This guy over here, he is going to attempt to hit you with his 1-handed warhammer. But he critically fails. So as he swings, you duck out of the way, and actually, in a moment of brilliance, you parry it to the side, and you flick the hammer out of his hand, and it lands on the opposite side of you.
Who's that?
Over. That was you, Dax.
You.
Yeah! Ha ha! Ha! He has no weapon now, does he?
He has no weapon, as far as you know.
Okay. He has no weapon drawn.
And so he has no weapon drawn. Yes. So now his hammer is basically on the opposite side of you right there. These 2 guys down here, he's got some kind of halberd or something that he's going to swing at Gray with.
Perfect.
17. How you looking, Gray?
Yes.
Okay.
Whip.
All right. And then the guy with the short blade that appears to be some kind of slick in the black iron. He's going to run up on you, but instead, he's going to attempt a bite attack.
Come up on me, bro.
Oh.
You come up on me, bro.
16. As he lunges for you with
Eat
his
metal.
mouth, you hear the click of his teeth as you snap your head to the side, and a little bit of drool flicks all over the front of your armor. But it was not a hit that had purchase. That's going to bring us down to Adavi. It's your turn.
Let me just double check that. Go ahead, Adavi. Cast that in.
So I actually don't know what words I should use here, so I'm just going to say mumbo jumbo, give me the gumbo. And I'm gonna turn on my rope of mirrors thing, which sort of shifts a couple more Adavis out to the side.
Okay. You now have mirror images of yourself all over the place.
And it's the full turn, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, that's perfectly fine, as long as I'm not getting stabbed in the face again.
Okay. Oh, you have 3 duplicates. Okay, so I'm going to put one over here, too.
Perfect.
All right. And so with that, all the rest of you, you see Adavi kind of step sideways, but it's like he steps out of himself multiple times, and all of a sudden there's kind of a flash of light and a swirl, and because of all the extra pyrotechnics, you're not even sure which one was the real one in the first place. That's going to bring us down to Gray's turn. What do you want to do?
Awesome. I am going to, great sword drawn and everything, saying a prayer to the Gray Lady. I will swing at the first one that is nearby me.
Okay. The one on the right or the one on the left?
Actually, sorry, is Dax being pinned down by 2?
He will be next turn.
You know what? Is Dax underneath the caravan?
No, he's
I'm
actually
just inside
next
of
to
it.
the wagon.
I'm probably fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So then I will swing at the guy that is right by me. The one to my left, your right, or sorry, the left over here. 15.
That was a 15 towards which of them? The one on the right?
Yeah, the one over here, the one with the sword.
Okay. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a hit. You take a swing at him, and as you go with a horizontal slash, he jumps backwards, and the blade just narrowly misses his stomach. He looks back at you, and his teeth flip downwards several times as he makes clicking noises. Do you have any bonus actions or anything you want to declare?
Nope, not at the moment.
Okay, Dax, you're up.
You could move one tile down so they have advantage attacking you.
Why would I ever want to do that?
Reasons.
I mean, realistically, they can move one tile up on their turn. There is nothing stopping them from doing that, and make sure that at least one of them gets advantage attack. Actually, one of them can move 2 tiles up, and they'll both get it.
When it's like wolves and shit like that, I kind of have to be like, well, they're kind of dumb, though. With humanoids that actually have sentient intelligence, like, yeah, they would totally circle their prey. That's what they would do. It's a fighting tactic.
Oh, see, I think wolves would be like instinctively do that, and humans would be dumb unless they were specifically trained like fighters or warriors. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see it both ways.
Okay,
like if it's a commoner, like if it's a farmer.
And I'm going to move out without disengaging.
Oof.
Okay.
You know what, Adavi, how hurt are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, I move out without disengaging.
Okay. He is going to take his attack of opportunity, which I think he has.
With what? Does he have a weapon?
He can still attack you unarmed.
True. Yeah, that.
He lunges out at you with a fist as you try to step away, but he's just not able to get it in there. They also have a bite attack, by the way, which you saw they tried to pull on Prey, so things to think about. But it's a miss. What do you want to do, Dax?
Can I move through Adavi because he's a friendly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Will this give me advantage? Because I don't know how his clones work.
They won't give you advantage, no.
Okay. So which one is the real you?
You don't know?
You don't know that.
Okay.
You would have
right. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll stay where I am. And I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on the guy in front of me, the little weak guy.
Okay.
Spell. Dissonant Whispers.
You have advantage on that attack, by the way. If it has an attack roll.
No. Why would I have advantage?
Because I just determined which one was the real Adavi.
Oh, okay. So you've got to make a DC 14 Wisdom check.
Okay.
Do you want to... Oh, never mind.
He fails.
Which means that he instantly moves using his reaction, his maximum move distance, directly away from the combat, and me and Adavi get to make attacks against him.
Cool.
Wait, do I even have a melee attack? I don't have a melee weapon drawn. That's not true. I got my quarterstaff.
Yep.
How do I use the quarterstaff to attack, though?
Attack roll with strength. So.
I love how he's like, I don't know how to attack
But
with
this,
weapon.
we would get
That's
advantage
awesome.
against
That's
because
awesome.
he's on the opposite side, so there is advantage to this one.
It's just a strength check.
Yeah, pretty much.
18 for the consecrated silver rapier.
Well,
Okay.
it's strength plus your proficiency bonus, so 2.
Okay, so 16 would be the attack roll.
Okay. With a 16, you just managed to hit. Both of you roll me some damage.
How do I roll damage?
11 piercing.
Just roll 1d6 plus your strength.
If
Wait,
the
it's
stuff
2
we
hands,
used-
1d8.
Yeah,
So
1d8 because
1d8
it's versatile.
Yeah, and if your strength's -1, then 1.
Two damage.
So for
Minus
a total
one
of
because he's
13
strength, though.
damage, as he
No, but
tries
it's
to
plus-
sneak away.
It's +1 from the quarterstaff bonus.
Oh, okay.
So as he backs up, you clock him in his knees as hard as you can, and even though he has like metal shin guards on, you see his legs slide slightly backwards. Dax, you capitalize on that, and you ram your rapier through the back of like the tendons in the back of his leg and pull backwards. He's pretty hurt. He stumbles backwards though, and he manages to get away. That's going to bring us back down to the archers, who's seeing what's going on
I
down
still
here.
have movement left.
Oh, go for it.
I'm going to move to there, just in case my Fairy Fire fades, and then I'm going to say, Adavi, hit the shining pink guys! And then I'm going to use my bonus action to... How would I cast a touch spell against a load of illusions?
You wouldn't, because you don't know which one's the real one. I know which one it is because I rolled it, but I'll just have to tell you, you can't touch him from where you're at right now.
Well, could because it's a free action to like interact like that, could he like reach out to grab him back? Is that like no?
He can
Because
reach
that
out
was
and grab
turn.
him, but anything that hits the illusion disrupts it and banishes the one that he touched. And so,
That's
I
fine.
meant
then.
Adavi reach out and take the heal, but that could be it's not his turn, so I'm just asking.
yeah.
I'll use my bonus action to give inspiration to Grey.
Okay. Gray, you now have an inspiration die.
Oh, come on, you gotta
Grey Lady, I know you are a mortal man. Of your virtue you are justly proud.
These two Kazrathi, the ranged ones, they step backwards and they're both going to fire at Dax.
Oh,
I'm so
fuck
like not in the right
you.
position.
Okay, here they come.
It's an 18 and a 5. Well, a 1 anyways.
The 18, I want to use my reaction to cutting words.
Okay.
Seeing them come up behind me and take aim, I turn around to the one who's aiming at me and go, by the way, I saw your mum last night and she undercharged me. Yeah, mum's a prostitute joke.
So name for me all the actions you just took on your turn in order and what they used up.
Movement, action, distant whispers, bonus action.
You disengaged.
I didn't disengage, I took the hit.
He didn't. He took the hit.
Oh, you
yeah.
took the hit. Okay.
Bonus action, inspiration, and then I used my reaction which wasn't in my turn, to react using cutting words.
Yeah, in 3.5 you could only swift or immediate, but in 5e you can do both. Which is pretty awesome, because that's some good action economy there, Dax.
Oh yeah, I'm burning through all my stuff right now.
No, it's beautiful. I love it.
And
It's better than it's better than a swing and a whiff with a big sword against little
Okay,
things.
roll your inspiration die to detract from him.
5. He misses
Nice.
completely.
Okay, so it becomes an 11. That arrow flies over your head. Nothing happens. All right, that takes us to the Mormon. Go ahead, Mormon.
All right, Well, first of all, bonus action. There's now a greatsword in my hands, and then I'm going to stab the guy right in front of me.
Okay, you have advantage. Go ahead.
What did the nat 1 do, by the way?
He just dropped the arrow.
Fumble and drop.
Sucker.
Oh, come on.
You try to stab the guy in front of you, but unfortunately, he's moving pretty quickly, and he's pretty good with that warhammer, and he just bats it to the side as you try to stab at him.
I
Do
kind of
anything
duck
with that?
under the blow. Moment!
Careful!
Can I action surge and then try again, can't I?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that because that was annoying. I'm gonna try it again. Action surge, and I'm gonna swing again with the sword. A frustrated swing back in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
There you
23,
go.
that's more like it.
Roll me
There
some
you
damage.
go.
You can
Yes.
reroll
And
two.
I can re-roll one of those.
Very nice.
Yes. Nice.
So that
Yeah!
makes it 15, is it?
Mm-hmm.
15,
Yeah, three
yes.
more. Yep.
Yep,
yeah.
15 damage.
So you slam a blow into the side of his torso, and it sits him down for just a second. He's actually pretty hurt after that hit. It's a good one. But he is still on his feet. That's going to take us in to the melee guy's turns. This guy's going to swing through here, free action, pick up the hammer, then swing over to here. This guy's going to swing into right there. This guy is going to swing over to here. And now we've got some attacks to resolve.
Lots of advantage. In fact, they're all advantage.
Yup. So the guy at the top, we're going to go top to bottom. Guy with the sword at the top. He's going to roll twice. That's going to be a 9 and a 7. Nothing from him. Warhammer guy is going to turn, and he's going to swipe at Mormon. God, you guys are lucky as shit today. And then the guy at the bottom.
Oh.
There's a hit.
Oh God! You see
Moment,
that barely roll off?
Wait,
oh man.
is that against me?
Yeah, that's against you.
Well, can I then use my scaled gloves? At this
Yes,
point?
you can.
Oh, what do
Absolutely.
they do?
If you wanted to deflect the blow.
Add 1d6 to AC, or is it a round?
Yeah, no, it's just a reaction. So for that one
Okay.
hit, you can add the 1d6 to it.
Works for me, a 1 will be enough. And I got a
Okay.
5.
He's got you dead bang. He's behind you, and right as the hammer starts to come down, you feel the gloves
sense
move your
tingling.
arms. Yeah, you feel the gloves move your arms for you, and throwing the blade back behind your head, you parry it. It did it for you, and you're just like, huh?
I'm half surprised by this. Wait, actually, can I make it more badass? Because, moving your hand with a heavy sword is difficult. So, for a second, he drops the sword, lifts his hand, and then the sword reappears, ready to catch the blade.
That's even better. Yeah, absolutely. As far as these two guys down here on Grey go, here goes their attacks.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Of
21
Of course.
and a 22.
So you know how you roll really shitty? Guess what we're gonna do?
And a 16 and a
All right,
19.
so
Both are
there's a
hits.
21 and a 19, so they're both
Both are
hits. This guy, I got to look up what halberd damage is in 5th
You
edition.
don't happen
'cause
to
I've-
have shield, do
1d10,
you?
I think?
Can I cast shield on him?
No, it's only for you.
Yep.
That's going to be a D10. Yes, indeed. So this could be good or this could be really bad. The one to the top right of you. He hits you for 4 damage as he sweeps outwards. He sees
Actually,
you backstepping.
God.
Okay. He swings forward, and you start to backstep, and he realizes the head isn't going to impact, and he can't redirect it, so he uses the momentum to rotate it and hit you right in your hip with the haft.
Awesome. So I have DR3. So
Okay.
it reduces to 1, and I have 8 temp HP. So I take on my regular HP 0.
Okay, cool.
7. Okay.
And was that from the frost thing? Does it do the 5 damage or whatever when he hits you? Or is that a different spell?
I have technically the class skill. The class feature is called Fiendish Vigor, but I call it Lady's Grace, and it gives you 1d4 plus 4 temp HP that lasts for an hour. And every hour I pray to my lady. So that's on me, and then my feat, which is Heavy Armor Mastery, gives me DR3 against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing weapons.
No, that's a good one. I almost took that one on Lorik when I played with you guys. I remember looking at it trying to decide. We'll go for... There's the damage from the one to your bottom left. He deals 5 damage as seeing you get hit right there. He stabs forward and kind of catches you right at the top of your buttock, like right where your waist is at with a slash. And so that's going to be reduced down to 2. So you took 3 damage that turn.
Perfect, and I still got temp HP, which is beautiful.
Nice.
Yep.
Awesome.
That brings us back around the horn to Adavi. What do you want to do?
Oh, you messed with the wrong bastards in this forest. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray on these 3 melee dudes who are straddling my boys.
Okay.
And you've got advantage on the top 2, so I'm going to have to roll this twice. So the first 2, it's just because of the way the spell works. The first 2 dice rolls are going to be doubled up, okay?
Sure.
Oh, jeez.
That was an explosion of dice on the screen. Wow.
All right,
nat
so
20.
First attack 26, second attack 7, re-rolls as a 10, so it's probably still in this, and the third attack 21. So 2 of the 3 hits. So the top and the bottom guy hit.
But the first one was a nat 20.
Yeah, so roll double damage on the one that hits the guy up top.
Well,
Okay,
technically,
well,
you've already
there you go.
rolled the double damage because you got a 9
It's
and a
already
9.
rolled.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's
18.
well, you got to add another. So it's 2d6. You got to add another 2d6. So roll me 2d6 real fast because it'd be 4d6 on a crit.
Well, he's already done it. If you add the two together, if you add the first one and then the second one, which is a 9, and then the second one's a 9 as well. Because technically, he's already rolled 2 dice and then another 2 dice.
No. Not the way it's gonna work. Go ahead and roll it twice again. Same thing. Love the 9s today. You do 18 damage to that individual, and that's a killing blow. Drop the hammer for me.
Oh my goodness. Well, he's standing next to a tree, so I imagine. I mean, this shoots out 2 fireballs on an advantage attack like this. Oh my god. So I'm going to set 1.
No, it just fires 1 on advantage attack. It's just you've got advantage.
Okay, well, it's still gonna do this then. It's gonna hit him in the pants, which is gonna set his pants on fire and his crotch and his waist and everything. But then the rest of the fireball is gonna hit the tree behind him. So the pants fireball are gonna knock him back against the tree, and then the tree's just gonna light him up like a Christmas tree. It's gonna be great.
And my pink lights are gonna blink a little bit while this happens, like fairy lights going on and off.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
And then the middle guy does not take damage. But the bottom guy gets hit for 8 damage.
Okay. With 8 damage, you fire at the guy at the bottom, and your ray scorches across his chest, snapping one of the snaps on his armor, and he goes, "Ah!" But he's still up.
Your turn, Gray.
Right, about time. All right, natural 1. Here we go. It's funny. This is not at all the tactic I typically use, but I will definitely be this way. I am going to, I am taking the hints that Splat tried to give me last round. I'm going to attack the guy with the glaive and not the one with the sword, because his AC is probably the shield, so his AC is probably lower. And you have rolled off of a 20
You've got
onto
inspiration. You've got inspiration.
Sure. I don't know if it's going to help, but it rolled off of the damn 20. All right. 17. 16 missed last time.
So that was a 17 in total. Yeah, that's going to be a hit to him.
Woohoo!
Inspired by my funky tunes. Yeah,
Hey,
hate goblins now.
Yeah. And I'll take it. 12 points of damage.
Okay. Having been knocked slightly sideways, you steel yourself and swinging your blade across sideways in a horizontal slash, you catch him right above the elbow on the arm that the weapon is not in. It kind of pins his arm to the side of his body, and you see blood kind of spray outwards for a little bit. He's hurt.
Awesome.
Was that the halberd guy or the sword guy?
Halberd
guy.
This one right here.
Cool. Oh, come on. Oscar should just charge through him and just gore him. Oh, Oscar.
Yeah, seeing as Oscar's in melee range, you stab him.
Yeah, he's literally just like a.
Oscar's a background piece right now because he's hooked up to the wagon.
That's he's right.
Chat was saying that he should just start running around with the cart running over enemies.
Just backing over.
Beep, tempting, very tempting.
Let's think next we need to turn the cart into a chariot. Spikes on the wheels.
I cast Dissonant Whispers on the dude directly below me. So again, that would be a whiz saving throw at a DC 14.
Nice roll.
That's 13. He fails, so 14.
Psychic damage. Woo. And then he immediately uses reaction to move directly away from the group of what he thinks is 3 people, and we get advantage attacks against him.
That's a killing blow. Drop the hammer.
What, with the psychic or with the stabby?
Whatever, it's your killing blow. You can do whatever you want to do with it.
Okay, so as I sort of whisper into his mind, he grabs his head. And he starts thinking that his eye in the front of his face is like a parasite. He starts digging it out with his claws, and he rips it out with the oculus nerve being pulled out of his head. And then as it's happening, I just jump on him from behind and start stabbing him, and Mormon just stabs down, and we just turn him into chipolati meat.
Ew.
So violent.
Yay!
So violent and so unnecessary.
Then I use my movement to move around here.
And I was just going to stab the guy.
No.
Can I
Like a
interact
civilized man.
with Oscar?
No, you already used your action.
Okay. Can I just say to Oscar then?
Mm-hmm.
Move forwards! Go, Oscar, go! And then, I guess, bonus action, I'm just going to inspire Mormon.
Okay.
How would I want to inspire Mormon?
Something about his beard.
Beard, glorious beard, long, flowing, and brown, combed with some wax, it deserves a crown. Your beard is so luscious, I wish I could give it a brush.
And with that, you are inspired, man.
All right.
And at
I
that
don't know how
point,
inspired, but
the archers will take their turn in the next episode. We're at the end of our show here today. So thank you for joining us, everybody, for Roll4It D&D. We'll resolve this combat in next week's episode, where they'll be making their way out to the Deep Brown Mine and figuring out what's going on out there. It should be a pretty sweet episode. I've been preparing a long time for the Deep Brown Mine, so I'm thinking it's going to be a fun one. Aside from that, thank you for supporting us, all the people on Patreon, and the people who have been dropping bits, and the people who have been dropping donations and whatever else. You guys are absolutely fantastic, and we appreciate it very, very much. Aside from that, Daleric, where can we find you? What are you doing nowadays?
Next week I'm putting something together over on my own personal Twitch channel, which is, twitch.tv/DalericMaster, like the name that you keep seeing pop up in chat. Usually you can find me over on Wednesdays and Thursdays at Lost Initiative. That's twitch.tv/Lost Initiative show. And that's 9 p.m. Eastern time, playing some Dungeons and Dragons or playing some Star Wars. Was it FFG Star Wars with loads of fun people. Splat actually hung out with us once, which is loads of fun. So you can find me there. Find me on Twitter. That's Daleric at Twitter. Chat, whatever. That's all.
Mormon, Bentham, where can we find you?
You can find me on YouTube at Mangleport Gaming, where I'm actually making videos again. There's actual videos happening. They're coming out and everything. It's crazy.
What are they?
It's
Does it involve Redina?
I haven't recorded those yet. I'm planning on getting some Rodina, one of those names game. That episode of that out probably soon. But what I definitely have out is I got a Factorio Towns episode out finally. And there's also some more production line coming where I get on with making a super crazy car factory again. And now an update's come out and ruined some of the bits of the spreadsheet, so I've got to redo it. Only like 2 things. It's fine. And new features is always good. That's pretty much it for me. What about E? You can be next.
Oh,
if you are, maybe you're not. I don't know the order.
I don't mind. I can go next. You can catch me over at youtube.com/Interrogation or twitch.tv/Interrogation or twitter.com/Interrogation. Over on my channel, I'm playing Crusader Kings at the moment and some little indie games here and there. Trying to think what to do with the channel at the moment, so I'm kind of in the middle of a slightly less content period, just kind of thinking it over. Over on my Twitch, I am doing a load of random streams at the moment because I'm playing the Mass Effect multiplayer, which is actually quite fun. Along with doing some things here and there, and also you can catch me on the same time we start tonight, but tomorrow over on my Twitch channel, where I'll be playing Mass Effect, Andromeda, and Clone Drone in the Danger Zone, and probably whatever else I can dig up. Yeah, but Shen, what about you?
Hi, I'm Shen. You can find me at youtube.com/Shenner2 because Shenner1 is dead and Shenner3 is crazy, yada yada. Find me on twitch.tv/Shenner, where we play games 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, 9 to 5 because this is a job, baby. Lately we've been playing Crusader Kings 2 because, I don't know, I haven't played it in like a year and it's actually a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun now. You can worship Satan. You can go be a geek and go study the stars. You can do a whole lot of shit now. It's just a lot of fun.
In my playthrough, my son just took to the throne after my character died, and he's the Antichrist.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
You impregnated your wife with the Antichrist?
Good
man.
He has an intrigue of 48. Yep.
Whereas I had a character 2 days ago he thought that Jesus was speaking to him.
Yes.
And Jesus was constantly telling him to adopt the Fraticelli heresy or the Cathar heresy or this other stuff. He's like, you need to do this. He also gave me +20 martial So my character was, 39 martial or something.
Yeah,
it's like, I'm just going to destroy the entire nation.
I've got the same
Jesus
traits on the Antichrist that Jesus speaks to him. But he's the Antichrist. It's like, really?
That's
Jesus speaks to you?
fantastic.
Really?
Sure, why not? It's just not really Jesus. It's just this guy who's like, hey, this is Jesus. Go kill everyone. Okay, Jesus.
Well,
That
Jesus is saying,
sounds like a
please
Jesus-like
stop, and
thing
he's
to
like,
do.
never.
Also doing RimWorld, because that game's amazing, and I'm looking forward to Mass Effect Andromeda. I still haven't popped my cherry on that game, but soon enough.
Dude, come join the multiplayer.
What about Senor Splat? How are you? What are you up to?
Not a whole lot. I've actually changed the way my channel functions in the last couple of days. I'm going to have a video log up about it this weekend, just kind of explaining what's going on. Basically doing less videos a day, but at the same time, that'll allow me, strangely enough, doing less videos a day allows me to cover more games and get more indie games out into people's hands and eyes and everything else. And so I'm trying to do something a little bit different right now. We're playing some Battle Brothers. We're playing some Domina, which is the shit. Domina is probably my favorite game of 2017. Domina is
Really?
super badass.
I just put a code request in for that.
Yeah, there's not enough Gladiator sandbox games. And I was a huge addict for Coliseum Road to Freedom on PS2. I've played it like 1,000 times. And I love games that are just sandboxes where you get to build your gladiator, you go in, you fight, you give him all his equipment and his stats and everything, and then Domina scratches that itch pretty well. And so I got that. I got Kingdom and Castles going on. But pretty interesting time for me. That's going to bring us, I think that's everybody, correct? We have talked about everybody's stuff at this point. So we're going to go and we're going to record you guys a killer video log for the after show. And we will see you all on Sunday for some Running in the Shadows. Yup. So we'll see y'all later. Thanks for coming, everybody. Bye.
Adios.
Maybe next time I'll kill something.